That.
This is Fern Halls.
And you are listening to Aetheryte Radio.
Aetheryte Radio.
Here we go.
Every time.
We all mess up. It happens.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Aetheryte Radio Gamerscape's Final Fantasy XIV podcast for the first time. Totally didn't mess up anything after not being here for a few weeks.
No, nothing. It was
Welcome in.
flawless.
I made such a
is
big
normal.
happy face and realized can't see it.
You're gonna have to tell us about all of your expressions.
I look like a lich right now, so you get a picture of my face from FanFest.
All I can think about because back in my day, I played this MMO. I don't know if you've heard of it. I don't think I've mentioned it on here. It was called Final Fantasy XI. There was this
You're
lich
clipping a little
NM.
bit, buddy.
I'm clipping again.
You turned yourself down too much, and now
You're getting attenuated, I think. Yep.
it's cutting off the tail of the percentages.
I hate everything. Let's.
We heard that though.
Okay, it's good. It might.
It's a little loud.
Now it's a little. I swear to God.
You know, I actually feel like this is
Okay.
perfect for our FanFest
Right,
2023 episode. It's
Exactly.
you tried really hard, and some parts were really good, but a lot of things could have been better.
Yes. All right. Is this better,
Ooh.
people? Is this? I
Yeah.
want to. Before
Yeah.
we continue, I want to make sure
Yeah.
we're good because there's so much to
Yes,
talk
you're good
about.
now. You're
Okay.
good
Yep.
now.
Yeah.
Goodness, we're gonna have to normalize the shit out of this in post. All right.
Nope, it's perfect just the way
It's,
it
perf-
is.
it's perfect.
it's
Okay. Okay.
Just
The way you are.
Gosh. All right. Finish the intro. On Future Next, we have Zen, Aldino, and Rook here. Everybody's here.
Oh,
So today it's our 14-year anniversary. We're 14 years old.
oh man, I wish.
birthday.
14 years.
I don't. 14 was an
I
awkward
don't
and
either. That's
uncomfortable
too
time.
young. That's too young. Never
Well,
mind.
you know, there's always the question: if you retain your knowledge from now and you went back, would it be better?
I see.
Hmm.
There's always that, but thinking about it, I would need to be able to retain my knowledge and my income.
Sure. See, yeah, that's
Fuck being 14 and not being able to just go and buy things.
Yes.
That's
yes,
true.
Yes.
That's true.
Go back to your
Fair enough.
allowance.
Yeah.
Get your
What
parents to
allowance?
pay your 14.
What do you mean I got a
subs.
Yeah.
vacuum to buy anything now? This is ridiculous. Do the dishes? What? It's
I
absurd.
actually would probably be a way cleanlier child.
Sure. Just with the experience, yeah.
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 I would never throw a video game box away.
Oh,
That would
see,
be-
there you go.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yes.
I
It's
I
exciting,
I could be
though.
retired right now if
Yeah.
14-year-old
Yeah.
me.
Oh, 14 years. 14 years. I mean, while I've only been a part of the recent years here, it's amazing. Like getting to be a part of all of this, getting to share these talks with all of you, getting to come in contact with so much of our community, and to think about the fact that I think, like you were saying, Fusion, as we posted on social media and things, that this really does make Aetheryte Radio one of the longest running
It is
14
it is
podcasts.
the longest running podcast for 14 on the planet. Maybe also on the moon. I don't know if they're
We don't know
listening
yet.
up
Haven't
there, but
gotten up
I mean,
there.
and you came in and you fit right in. I mean, you immediately joined in. Your hair went white. You felt as old as the podcast was.
Oh
and-
my god.
Oh my gosh. That's true.
I'm never
That's
not
true.
gonna make that observation that like 2 episodes after we brought you on, it was just like, yep, and this is me now. This is
I mean, you suck the life out. No, I'm kidding.
it's like Dr. Scratch and Sniff after he met the Animaniacs for the first time and he lost all his hair.
No.
It's like
you've all given me so much life and joy and happiness and friendship and fun, and it was amazing getting to be at FanFest as well. All 4 of us
For the first
Yeah.
time, all 4 of
Yeah.
us together.
maybe that's
together.
why things went the way. It was just the energy of all 4 of us in
Oh,
the same
sure.
space.
No.
It's
Don't
not
blame
our
us.
fault. Hell no.
That was one of the highlights of the event. All 4 of us together.
Oh yeah.
That was amazing.
For about 25 minutes, I think it was. Something like that.
I have learned so much having gone to this first Fan Fest. Let me just say, and one of the things that I definitely underestimated, which I'm sure we'll talk about more, was how much extra time you need to schedule just to be able to hang out with everybody.
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't believe the weekend had gone by, and yeah, all of us had we barely were even able to all get together because
Yeah.
it's just like everything is going 100 miles per hour.
One of the best worst decisions I made during FanFest was after the first night, I went out to dinner with Rook and some friends because I was so tired. And then it killed me. But it's one of those things at FanFest where it's like, I have an opening right now to hang out. Yes or no? And it's like, well, obviously, yes. I will regret it tomorrow.
Yeah.
But it's there's so much going on.
Oh, yes.
I wish I had gone with you to karaoke because we didn't go at all the rest of the week.
Yeah, that's right. We didn't get to do it.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was fun. And we had a good time with that. Many songs were warbled and ridiculous things happened.
As it should.
No, but I mean, I'm glad we got to see each other when we did. And I'm also, I regret nothing for stealing you that night, Fusion, to go get some incredibly delicious Japanese curry. It was well worth it.
Oh, no.
It's so
so
good.
funny. We went to this curry place and everyone's like getting these big bowls. And this was like, I hadn't taken a test yet. I took a test a couple days after that and I was negative, but I think I was starting to feel it a little bit, or it might have just been hot because we were also waiting outside for a table for a little bit too.
Oh, yeah.
And at that point, like, I just wasn't really that hungry. Everyone's like, get these big bowls of curry. And I'm like, I'll have like the $5 little shitty thing of like karage. And I took like 3 bites out of it. I'm like, I'm all right.
Well, the curry was delicious, but
That sounds like me every day. Yeah.
But yeah, FanFest. So FanFest was a thing. We will get in and out and around all the FanFest things. But first, we got some big news. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. I mean, you've probably heard about it now. We're coming up a little late. Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail was announced, new expansion. We're going to the new world.
I don't know what that is.
Dawn Trail.
You haven't heard of this yet? Okay, so
No,
basically
no,
what
just
this is you're taking everybody's favorite bunny boy. You're getting on a boat, and you're going to this giant island. This the new world. They're calling it Tural. Or there's an accent on it. It's
Tural.
Tural. Yeah.
Tural.
And the whole premise is like the leader of this area is Galul Jaja. So he's so watching the trailer, as soon as I saw the Mumble Jaw, I'm like, that's it. That's New World. We're going New World.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And so we'll get our 2-headed Galul Jaja, and he's currently in charge, but there's like this kind of like contest or competition going on to see like who might be the next leader. I want to get this out. I hopefully he won't get mad at me for stealing this, but we spent a lot of time with Anonymous out at Vegas. He thinks that the person that like wants to succeed him is just the other head.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love it so much. I want that to be the case. It's going to be wonderful. But we got a little bit more of a map reveal. We still have a bunch of clouds in the middle of the map for whatever reason.
We don't get to see that. Just don't worry about it. It's fine.
There's there's just nothing.
Maybe one day. I mean, New World is huge because that is a whole new.
I mean, even
a whole new place that we haven't been to, but we've heard a lot
even
about.
then they've got around the edges. There's more clouds like covering up, like, so it goes it's even
to
bigger.
the north. Yeah.
To the north and the south. You can see landmass going down south off the map.
They were like,
it's
haha,
very
you thought there were
South
gonna be less
America.
clouds? There's more clouds.
It is.
Yeah.
And the whole idea of the city of gold and everything else that we're hearing in this. And I've seen so many great memes already of the animated film El Dorado.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like replacing various characters and things.
I mean, look, if you are doing a update to your game that's going to include new metal textures, that's probably a good expansion to be like, hey, it's a gold city.
Sure.
City of gold.
Right.
Look at our technology.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, we have a lot to talk about more with FanFest and the reveal and all the details, but I mean, there is nothing like just being with everybody when we get our first glimpse of what's ahead. And that elation, that excitement, it was just like, oh, it's just so special. And it's like a moment you never forget, especially when you're all in person together.
Right.
And everybody, like the audience, the like wave of noise that rises up is incredible. It was such a phenomenal reveal. And I'm genuinely really excited about everything they kind of laid out that's ahead and the little perhaps plot hook so far of these campaigns.
You guys remember when we were talking about what we were most excited for? before we all went out there.
Yeah.
My answer was friends, and it's this kind of stuff, like just being
Yeah.
there with the people that you share this experience with is just so
Mhm.
amazing.
Absolutely. We did have some predictions too, and I didn't
Yeah.
look them up ahead of time, and it's been a few weeks now, so I don't know if we even remember what our predictions were. I definitely remember saying I think we'd see Machinist as Meteor as Machinist. Instead, that didn't happen. I do think he is new melee job though.
New scouting
Yeah.
job. Yeah, it'll never be a caster.
There's that
My
scene.
prediction it wasn't a prediction, because you were like, what do you think that the new job is going to be? And I was like, I don't think it's going to be, because it doesn't make any sense, but I would like to have Corsair.
I mean, you've been saying that for a year.
This doesn't look like not Corsair.
Yeah.
If I'm
Yeah.
being honest, like, so
Yeah.
there is this part in the trailer where we are fighting Gulul Jaja and this kind of like temple-y shrine thing. He like throws some fire on us and this rope starts to burn away. Next trailer, either I don't know, it's one of the next reveals, right? Because they always do a different edit. One of these edits, it wouldn't surprise me if it's October here with the London Fan Fest. We won't get that cut. It'll burn away. You'll see the full AF. He'll do a couple things, and then Yoshida will walk out dressed as that. That'll be the first job reveal.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
I honestly, like, I feel, if this is Corsair, which it kind of looks like, I feel the way that healers must have felt when they said, hey, dancers are range DPS.
sure.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
It's okay, though, as long as it's in the game. And I also, Corsair is a way cooler name, but I would kind of like to see them call it Musketeer.
Right.
Because it was in the game for so long, and they went, nah, that's trash, bye.
Yeah. Just didn't end up using it. Yeah.
I mean,
Can we also? I'm so sorry. This is connected but disconnected.
Okay.
Yes, Corsair.
Let's
I mean,
go.
it definitely feels like Musketeer would be great. But can we also just say that as I browse through the trailer pictures that we have here, the tiny baby Mammal Jaw
Yeah.
that's being
so
lifted
cute.
up is actually one of the cutest things I've ever seen with my two eyeballs. I hadn't noticed it before. So
You're not
I'm
wrong.
so sorry. Back to the talk. Yes, I mean it does feel totally appropriate. It does feel like this is a thing. I've heard some sentiment in the community that they're a little bit worried, given some of the heavier connotations of something like I don't know, the history of colonialism in in South America, and like that there are some worries that if it's too themed that way, that we might get some kind of not so great echoes of that. But I mean, this is a class that has a long history. Piracy is something that just exists and has existed worldwide in many cultures, but that exists within the world and realm of 14. Some kind of theming of Musketeer, Corsair, this kind of class makes total sense, especially for this sort of taking to the waves, crossing the sea, exploring kind of expansion.
I mean,
Exactly.
I mean, and we see a little bit of us just kind of like, doing in the fight and stuff, but like mostly we're just on the boat.
Yeah.
So what if that's just the new job? We're just gonna Barbie-eyes it here, right? This is Warrior of Light. His job is boat.
Sailor.
His job is
Yeah. It's done.
Cabin Boy is the new class coming to
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 14.
you can definitely see all the work that they did to hide whatever's going on with this job.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a single sword that they hold in two hands to parry, and it's like, well, that can't be it, right? And there's a lot of speculation. Are they holding something else in the other hand? Is it a gun? Right? We don't know. I mean, that would be great. I don't think that we could just have a sword class again.
What if it's a magic taco?
Uh,
It's like Red
Yeah.
Mage, but instead of like
Are
the
you trying
weird
to
little orb
suggest
thing,
that all tacos
it's
aren't
a
already magic?
sword and a
Yeah, I think that's true.
That's fair.
I think that's been overlooked. Yeah, it would just be a regular taco. That's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I of course we won't know until probably October, like we're saying. But it's really interesting. Do we get another dual wielding class? So scouting is both. Dual wielding.
There was one skinny sword.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I take that as you will. I don't. It's
Yeah. I mean,
Anybody's
I-
guess.
It
It's
would make
something-
sense.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say it would make sense to put in other classes that dual wield at some
Yeah.
point. You know, I mean that's more work, of course. But
Right.
if they're looking at variants of weapons, or they're even looking at ways to iterate off of certain styles of weapons,
Mhm.
but give them their own thing, right? If we have a skinny sword and we have a pistol in the other hand, like
Yeah.
that's an iteration of weapon set that could be still unique to a
Mhm.
class. So
Mhm.
we're not totally sure what it is yet, but it does seem like Meteor is the one showing it off. I think
Yeah.
most of us have the impression of that, although they could fake us out. Who knows? But
Really could.
Mhm.
I
Job
mean,
is Indiana Jones.
there's some people out there very, very up on copium right now that go, well, that fire is going to drop and they're going to channel it, and that's the magic caster. And I'm like, is Red Mage a joke to you? Like, I don't think there's room for another sword caster. I mean, I would love that. Rune Fencer, Sword Saint
Sure.
was out there somewhere.
Mm.
That'd be cool, but nah, I don't think so.
That's not this. Like the little
Yeah, I
bit
don't
that we
think
can
so.
see of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I did a little bit of that copiuming myself.
I mean,
Yeah. I
yeah.
looked at the sword.
Mhm.
Like I zoomed in on the sword, and
Yeah.
then I looked up pictures of Joyous from 11. And
Yeah.
I was like, these
Yep.
are kind of similar.
They're really similar because it's like a dueling sword, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to help further fuel this, right?
Yeah.
Yoshida did, as you do in Vegas, he stripped down a little bit for us, and showed
okay.
us a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles shirt,
Yep.
as our hint.
Yep.
So from that, I got something so stupid. It threw me
Okay.
back like, I don't know, 15, 20 years. And I was like, well, we already have Ninja. So clearly this is a pirate reference.
Teenager
Pirate
job.
versus ninjas. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the day. So
There's a
old,
lot of talk
very
about
old.
that.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
is the thing.
No, but
Yeah.
but I prefer the one that a lot of people have come around to, which is Artist.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
As the caster.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Even as I was
Mhm.
watching it, behind me there was a row of media folks, and one of them I knew actually, funnily enough, because it turned out that he's the partner of somebody I'm on a stream team with, and I mean this is like the kind of magic
Yeah.
that's at FanFest, And I was like, oh my gosh, it's so nice to meet you. And so we're all talking while this is all going, and they were all on the boat of yes, it has to be artists because all the
Right.
turtles are named after artists.
Mm.
So it
Mhm.
has to be some kind of like magical painter class. And I am totally here for that. Like I'm completely here for that. I think that could be really, really cool if they want to go for that or go that route. How they package it and make it look like really, really amazing for players, as opposed to kind of like
Yeah.
silly or gimmicky, we'd have to see. But I think that, if any team could do it, 14 could definitely pull it off.
Yeah.
I
I'm
mean,
a little concerned that it'll be like Pictomancer because
Mhm.
kind of we know that Kryle's going to have a bigger kind of showcase, right? Because they said that. And she would be a great person to be this new casting job, maybe.
Yeah.
And if that is the case and they use kind of the old school Pictomancer, I'm going to hate this aesthetic. Oh my goodness.
I could just see the final trailer now for Dawn Trail at Tokyo. It's like, all right, we're fighting Galul Ja. We lose the thing. We're like Corsairy, whatever, and then it pans over and Kryle's just sitting there like painting a picture. But like the brush is glowing a little bit or something. Like
Yeah. If it is
There
artist,
are
I'm going to be sad that
pictures.
Alphino is not the artist. Because come on, it's Alphino.
Oh.
Come on.
You're right. 'Cause he was learning how to do all
Mm.
the sketching and
Yeah.
everything. Yeah.
He can't have another job. He already has
No.
one. Come on.
But there are like painted pictures all over the walls
Mhm.
in the
Yeah.
arsenal in
Yep.
Brilliant.
That's true.
Hey,
Yeah. Could have been her who
noticed
drew it.
something. We
Yeah.
like got so excited about FanFest, we skipped right over the news.
Mhm.
We
We
did. We
did.
skipped over the news section.
news
I
happened.
did a little sneaky
Mhm.
ping. Just hey, do
Yep.
we want to talk about the news?
See,
or
I
do we
can't
just-
see. That doesn't help me though, because I do the
That's why I said something.
You gotta
all
yell at
this,
Well done,
and so I
Tanisha. Well
can't
done,
see.
Tanisha.
I don't
Yeah.
see the messages because I have the
Well, I
cameras.
mean, We've been only waiting like 2+ weeks to be able to talk about
I mean,
FanFest
that's
and
fair.
Dawn
Yeah,
Trail.
exactly.
Oh, we can reel it back in though, and we can touch on news, and we can resume.
We'll knock this out. We'll knock this out real quick. All right, news.
Yeah.
Dawn Trail was announced.
Oh my gosh.
I think that's why it happened.
Yeah. Okay. Moonfire Fair. It's going on right now. It ends on August 26th. So hurry up and do that if you want to look like a Power Ranger.
Which you do.
Which
So
you
cool.
do. Yeah. I wonder how they got away with that, but then like they had to remember when they announced the Magitech armors for 15, but it looked too Sentai that like I think they got like a C and D or something and they had to change it. But this got through. I'm so confused. It's so weird how that happened. But yes, go get your Power Ranger suit. The Rising will start the day after that. So August 27th until patch 6.5, we're going to get a Phoenix mount.
Did you ever want to ride on
Finally.
a grandpa?
Did you ever want to just ride Grandpa around as a bird?
Everybody,
Yes.
it's Louis Swa. Let me just. The
Yeah.
Phoenix is Louis Swa.
Come on, everybody, hop
Yes.
on Grandpa's back. We'll go for a ride.
Not Joshua.
It's not Joshua from Final Fantasy
No.
16.
Were there
I
people
will
saying that?
Fusion.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
70% of the comments I have
No.
seen on social media,
No.
on all the things, every single person is like, a Final Fantasy 16 crossover. Joshua, why do we? They're just in a reskin of a Phoenix again, just to do Joshua. And fam, it's the OG Phoenix. It's
Yeah.
the
Okay,
Phoenix.
hold on.
from
No.
Command
Stop.
Strip Binding
Look.
Coils.
People, why in God's name would they use a mount from another game to celebrate the anniversary of this one? Are you crazy? You didn't think that through before you hit that tweet button, did you? What is wrong with you?
I mean, I get it.
Calm
because-
down, calm down.
No,
No,
16,
no.
16 is very, I know, 16 is very much on everybody's minds right now.
Sure,
and
yeah.
Phoenix does play a prominent role. But
Mhm.
I mean, I think it goes to show, especially the gap in the player community. For folks who were not in the game at the time of
Yeah.
Binding Coils, they may have never played that content. If they didn't have friends or other people saying to them, hey, let's speedrun this, if they didn't know how to unsync, if they didn't know, they may have literally never seen
Yeah.
this. They might have never seen it.
Yeah.
And so it's something where I'm just encouraging everybody, if you've never done those, or if you have friends that have never done them, make a day, go through, do the Binding Coils.
One of the
see-
most beautiful pieces of music in the game to
Mhm.
date is the level this Phoenix comes out of. And I
Yep.
really hope that the
It
game
is-
plays that music.
It is the only time in 2.0, because they did it in 1.0, but the only time in 2.0 where they actually give you a CG movie as a cutscene.
Yep.
Go
Yes,
do Binding
it-
Coil.
do Binding Coils. It gives you so much information that you need to know. And this mount is perfectly appropriate because a lot of people were just, I also saw comments like disparaging Square Enix because they were just like you were saying, Fusion, but without the other half of this, they were just like, why are you just doing a Phoenix for this? It doesn't make any sense. Why is this appropriate
Yeah.
to 10 years of the game? And Louis Swa's
what?
transformation, I know, Louis Swa's
Yeah.
transformation into Phoenix was literally what saved the realm.
Yes.
So
Literally.
like
Okay.
in the cutscene that we all see at the start of the game, the cutscene that ended 1.0, what happens there that you then learn is what happened there in the Binding Coils is that he becomes the primal Phoenix. And through this act and through his summoning and evocation of the gods, he is then able to replenish the world's ether, and the world is able to continue on after what happened. I mean, it's not exclusively him that had a hand in saving everything, obviously, but like, it's a perfect iteration for this theme of
Right.
rebirth. It's a perfect mount to
Yeah.
have.
So calm down.
I mean,
Calm
the
down.
whole,
Those are the houses.
the whole idea is that, I mean, and we've talked about this again, but we have to talk about it again now just for clarity's sake.
Yep.
This podcast is 14 years old.
Yeah.
The game right now is officially and very publicly celebrating its 10th anniversary. Some
Yeah.
people may be looking at those numbers and going, that doesn't quite add up.
Wait a sec.
Were you really podcasting about this game 4 years before it came out? No, 1 year before, because 1.0 was a thing that did exist,
It happened.
but Square Enix doesn't acknowledge it. Therefore, the whole idea of Phoenix Rebirth only celebrating the 10th anniversary, which is when the game relaunched, nothing could be more perfect than a non-Final Fantasy 16 Phoenix.
Yes.
Also, I know it's hard to remember, but there's a summoner in this game that summons Phoenix.
I think I've
was
heard of that, Josh,
before
yeah.
16. Yeah,
Yes.
I think I've heard of it too. It's like, why? How do you even what is going on right now?
It definitely cracked me up this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost
Yeah.
it.
I hadn't seen
mean-
that. That's just, oh my gosh, people.
But yes, it is Louis Soir. Do binding coils if you haven't. And yeah, there's a few other things that come from Rising if you want to keep going Fusion. But that was the big one that is, I think, a really beautiful reward, honestly.
It's cool, yeah.
It's one of those things where I saw it and, like, no joke, I was like, whoa, they're not going to charge us for something that cool. that reads Mog Station Mount. Like,
Sure.
seriously. So that's really cool. There's a couple other of rewards. We get 2 Orchestrion rolls. One is the Land Reborn, which I don't know off the top of my head, but that's probably from the ARR trailer. If I had to guess, that dun 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 dun, dun like and then there's also a Palm from the Heavens, which Torn from the Heavens was the ARR battle theme. So if they like Moogled that could be really stupid and amazing. And then there's a poster for your housing called the Rising Advertisement, which I'm like 99% sure is the artwork they used for the very first Rising event. Because it's still got like Minfilia in there and everything. So like that's cool. It's definitely, you know, some really cool like anniversary stuff. But yeah, that mount is super surprised. Like I'm surprised that they're not charging us extra for that.
Right.
and I mean that in the nicest way that can be said.
Right. Yeah. I was about to say, as you can say, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The special effects and everything on it are really cool. It's a lovely mount. So like, yeah, get it. Do it. Get it.
Yeah. We also got the new Moogle Tombstone event that starts the same day, 27th. And that also goes until patch 6.5. The big things this time around, there's an anniversary framers kit, and it's only 10 tombstones. It's like one of the cheapest things you can get, which is really nice. I appreciate that. And then they have all the doggos, so all the Stormblood EX stuff is going to be in that too.
They also have a Gwyber. They've got a Fat Cat umbrella, which a lot of people are really excited about. The Samurai Barding. There's a ton of really good stuff.
There's a lot of good stuff. The minions from like the Firmament stuff are in there, like Chef Paisa and the Taylor Paisa. So definitely go check that out. See if there's anything you need. And then next weekend we won't be able to watch them. But the Crystal and Conflict Regional Championships for Europe and Oceania, the prelims are going to start next weekend. And then we'll see the quarterfinals streamed on September 9th and 10th. So if you're all about the PvP, check that out. I don't know what the times are. The times might be a little wacky for NA people because it's like the other side of the planet. But yeah, check that out. And that's news. We did it. That was
cool. So back to
news.
Dawn Trail.
Yeah. So anyway, Dawn Trail.
Anyway.
Yeah. Pictomancer. Maybe. I think that's where we left off. Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe. Artist, Ink Mage, whatever you want to call it. There were Ink Mages in Heroes Gauntlet, right? Who knows?
This was just, I mean, in case somehow anybody missed this was confirmed at FanFest during the keynote that we are getting a melee and a caster. So when we had the turtle shirt reveal, which has sent everybody into speculation, we did also have this confirmation that yes, those are the two that we're getting. So Pictomancer, I mean, yes, would fall into that magical role. I mean, of course, with turtles, I've seen all kinds of stuff. I've seen everything from like I've seen everything from maybe it has something to do with Genbu's magic to maybe it's Kojin themed.
Yeah. The new job is just Soroban. You're just a turtle.
Maybe we can swim underwater. It's Blitzball.
Yeah, sure, it's Blitzball.
No, good, yeah.
Like maybe
Please
you unlock
Chef, it's Pizzamancer.
Yeah, Pizza Man.
I mean, I'd play that.
I mean, yeah, Pizzamancer sounds good. Maybe it's like a thing, if it's Kojin related or something, or Rokon has any hands, maybe it has to do with like
Green
evoking...
Mage. That's right. It's Green Mage.
Yeah, Green
Mage is one. But like maybe if it has something to do with that, it's evoking like the spirits of items and using them because we had the whole thing with
when are we going to get like an official brown mage? We had one in 11.
True.
It gave out 2 titles. They were super hard to get. So Brown Mage, again, back in my day, I played this game. You probably never heard of. There was an NPC they dropped one day, and it was just like you would talk to it, and it would remove your food buff if you had one. And then like every like was it like 1,000?
I don't want brown mage.
Every like 1,000 or 10,000 person that talks to it, you got like a title like brown mage byproduct or something. Basically, brown mage is digestive magic, is the joke.
Yeah.
And so if we could get like a full brown mage, it'd be cool. But I think
Well, the casters are already a joke. Please don't.
I will say after the Spider-Man, Sam Raimi, samurai shirt,
Anything.
turtles to artist is pretty straightforward, and I'm good with that. I don't think it needs to be more complicated.
I also am kind of maybe in the hopes, I mean, again, Rokon's been on my mind lately because it's been so good.
Sure.
But there was so much Onmyoji lore in that.
Yeah.
And there was discussion about staff and stave being used as a weapon that I thought was really interesting. So, like, perhaps with the martial artist kind of thing with the turtles, staff would be, we might get Onmyoji.
I would love
again,
a bow staff job.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
they have had some really obscure shirt connections.
Yes.
So we have no idea
No
if it's going to
clue.
be something that makes no sense or something that makes perfect sense. Like,
Yeah.
No freaking idea.
Who's their boss? It's Splinter. You can get splinters from a bow staff. Bow staff confirmed.
I think it would be even funnier if they threw some hints, or they used. There's that fate in one of the shrouds where it's all like there's like a master splinter or something.
Yeah,
there's like a
that's
turtle
right.
thing.
Yes.
It's like a whole thing. Yeah, they should just. That's the
Now,
new job. It's in there.
Fusion.
Go find it.
Mix in chat live on Twitch today
Yes.
does have a connection for you that would work for Brown Mage.
Oh,
Ninja
no.
Turtles, they live in the sewers.
Mhm.
Brown Mage.
Yeah,
Bam.
Done.
it was real
Sold.
quick.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's not
maybe.
that's not 6 degrees. That's not even 6 degrees.
Kevin Bacon's over like, you gonna get to me with this or
Somehow.
no? Sorry, Kevin. But yeah, it's I don't know, man. I it's hard to say like what job we had. Like if they could do like a magic pirate thing for all we know, right?
It could be.
But now that
knows?
it's been said, like I really
Oh
want
my
like
god, magic pirate.
I would love a
That would be
staff.
like if they took both of the jobs that I played in 11 and smoosh them together.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, I just really want like a
Yep.
fighter with a staff now. That's
And then I look directly at
Would
Charles
be
and
cool.
be like,
yeah.
hey, do you want to be machinist?
I want to be anything else, yes. The
Oh my gosh.
answer is yes.
You know,
Literally
Aldino,
anything.
I'm still holding my breath for you when it comes to the fan fest or the media tour leading up to it for that Summoner Plus, Summoner
Yeah.
Revamp Plus. Like,
Yeah. Don't worry, it'll be a whole new job again. It's
I
fine.
just had, and I'm keeping you in mind, Charles, when my brain does this. I think if it's some kind of like a painter based
Mhm.
job, I am already so sorry for the weapon variations.
Oh yeah, you know.
It's
totally
basically,
said
it's just
It's gonna
like
be a brush.
it's another book. It's
Yeah.
just you hold it, and it's just
well, they could go for something that's like a magical paint palette sort of deal, or like
right, but that's a
equivalent of
book.
that.
Yeah.
But that's a book.
And-
It's another book.
A
It's
paint
the-
palette is not a book.
There's
It is
books
a
that
book
look
right
like
now
paint
because we
palettes.
got one. Remember, that was one of the ones that won the weapon design contest. So we do have a paint
So
So
palette.
maybe
But
it's not
I'm
that.
thinking-
Then.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have picked
Old-timey.
that.
Yeah, an
I
old
mean,
timey.
They could do like literally anything. There could be like
They could.
floating pots that are your paint. that
knows?
you
It's
then,
it's
like,
a giant
draw
canvas,
over.
and it's gonna be like Black Mage levels of don't move. Where it's like every time you
Don't
move, you
move.
pick up
Yeah.
the
During
tripod
the
and you have to
course
like
of
set
the
down the
fan fest.
canvas.
When we were talking about the casters, I turned to Charles and I'm like, painter would be pretty cool, right? That would be a new fun caster. And he just like deadpans at me like, and that weapon would be so cool, right? And I'm like, nah. He'd already
It would
thought
be
of this.
awesome. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it could be interesting. My question is just like with Corsair, Duelist, Musketeer,
Mm.
what will it do? Like that's really what matters. Like how does it play?
Damage.
No caster. Well, Black Mage is damage, but that's the question. Will it do damage like a Black Mage?
Mm.
Will it have a
Mm.
raise like Red Mage and Summoner? Theoretically, to keep balance, it should be selfish, right? If they don't change anything else. Does
Mm.
Corsair Duelist have a trick attack analog?
If
Or is it more
Corsair
selfish? I
doesn't
don't
roll
know.
dice, I'm gonna shit
Yeah,
myself.
right?
They're going to remove all those types
Brown
of abilities
mage.
from current jobs in
Yeah.
order to focus on the new job.
That seems right. Yeah,
How long? So
that seems right.
with the actual trailer before we kind of move on from jobs.
Yeah.
So we see Warrior of Light, Right, he pulls his hood back. How long do you think it's going to take for us to get that hairstyle in game? It took us like 4 or 5 years to get stubble.
I want to say that they learned their lesson, but I don't know.
I'm still waiting on 1.0 CG armor. I mean,
sure.
They might maybe add it to the character creator for Dawn Trail release because
I think they will. I feel like stubble is a little bit different. Like they should have, but didn't realize that people would want it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I can tell you, seen a lot of thirsty art of new swashbuckler Meteor. So that is a thing. And also, I mean, a big shout out to the fact there's a couple things from the trailer before we depart on that were big moments of excitement for me. One,
fruit?
Yes, Aaronville. Yeah, tacos. You're right. No, not fruit.
Tacos.
I don't care about the fruit.
Alice
Tacos.
gets a fruit. And she's like, "Whoa! Look at this. That's the image. That's how we see Alice say. She's like, look at this fruit, and that's it. We don't see her for the rest of the.
The fruit doesn't matter. All that matters is Aaronville.
How dare you?
Hold on.
Aaronville
I do have to add to that. Justinian surrounded by tiny mummlejaw children.
Graha, two hands, a taco.
Yes,
Did
taco,
you
I will
see
say.
that taco?
The biggest scream was that.
Yeah, it was.
The
It really
taco
was.
is hilarious, and I love it. I mean, I'm so curious because later, obviously, as we talk about FanFest as a whole, there was a panel with the what's their localization team, and Kate did mention that they really truly have been doubling down on, in their belief, their commitment to more, accurate and like honest portrayal of culture in the game, because she said as much that like there have been many problems with this in the past, and we completely acknowledge that, and like we're trying much harder now to make sure that we are doing more research and we're being within the confines of a fantasy where you can obviously like go wild with imagination, but to use the source material and real cultural material if we're going to bring that into the game that feels more authentic and more respectful in our representation of it. So like, I mean, it is great to see tacos and stuff. Everybody's been joking about it. But I mean, we are hoping that the larger scale representation comes through on that. All of this to say though, well, like I was saying originally before I got fruit sidetracked, I'm so excited that Aaronville has been a confirmed major character. Those little tidbits that we've been getting about him are accurate. And it's very interesting as well, because if he's going back to his homeland, and if this is a part of that, then there may be Viera colonies that we don't even know about in the New World. As well as the fact that we've had some additional information that there's supposedly a large Hrothgar population. So hopefully we'll get to see some Femme Hrothgar in this trailer and other things. And then, yes, the tacos, great. And there was another thing in this trailer, though, that I was really excited about. What was it? What were you all excited about while I remember?
Justinian.
Yeah.
I mean,
I thought that some of the cuts were very strange. Like, they just added the character because they wanted you to be like, hey, this character's still here. Like, the part with Yashtola's like, here's Yashtola. She looked up. We're gone.
Yeah, I mean, but it's unavoidable, right? Like, that's just kind of how it is.
I get it. I understand why. It's just kind of like, this feels clunky. I know why.
With his drink. Maybe he can hold his liquor now.
Yes, that was great.
Yes.
God.
I loved the pineapple drink.
Yeah.
I like the throwback to Thancred being like, hey, can you help me with this, ladies?
Yes.
That's not really what he said, but that's basically what we were looking at.
Yeah, it's what happened,
It's what happened. New World was the big one. That was the one. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, it's New World. That's huge. So, I mean, the moment we saw Mummlejaw on screen, it was like, yes, New World is happening and we're here. Yep. So that's amazing. Exciting.
Yeah.
Caster class. Blue Mage.
Blue
Mage unlocked for actual content. They wear masks like the Ninja Turtles.
Oh my god.
It's true. Please don't. But it's true. I mean, it's true. Like, there's also some speculation that, this land is more in touch with nature. Maybe we get a nature caster. Maybe the turtles were actually Tortuga or whatever, Corsair, and we don't know caster yet. And we're getting a more like natural druid, or who knows.
Somebody in chat mentioned
elementalist.
It could be a chemist.
Yeah, elementalist. Yes, it's true.
I don't disagree with the Blue Mage stuff, but I don't think I think
Oh,
that's
I
that's
do.
it. Well,
I don't want.
I don't think it gets revealed that way. I think it's
Sure.
also we're doing this. It's not this is one of the
Yes,
two
yeah.
jobs. It's an extra thing.
Yeah.
That would be the only way I think the community would
Mhm.
be. I mean, I think a lot of the community would be excited if it was
Sure.
unlocked. But at the same time, would it kind of feel like a little bit of a cop out? Yeah.
Mhm.
Because then I think eventually the conversation would turn to, well, then why didn't they just implement this as a class
Right.
in the first place? Like,
I don't know.
why did I don't know. I
Look,
think people would be
You gotta
excited.
try. You gotta try new things. Sometimes they don't work, and you have to admit that you messed up. And
I don't think that they're gonna do this, but
I
I
doubt
don't
it.
necessarily know that it feels like a cop out either, because the way Blue Mage works right now is so different than what it would have to work like as a new job.
Mhm.
Really, you'd just be keeping the aesthetic.
Yeah. It's like which abilities would they choose to be there,
Mhm.
and if they pick only the iconic ones that we all like right now, then it's just Blue Mage with a set of
I'm
skills,
sorry, I didn't
and
mean
it
to
should just
start
be you.
this tangent.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
the whole
no, it's
thing. It's fine.
No,
We'll
I mean,
we'll
people
move
are
on.
talking about this. We
I
should
mean,
talk about it. Yeah.
We should, because I honestly had not thought about the masks plus Blue Mage
Mhm.
imagery, and that's actually a really good
Because
point.
it's
And
all from
Right.
the New World.
Blue Mage
Yes,
is
it is, yeah.
entirely one of our major connections to the New World right now. So
Mhm.
it could be a thing. And yeah, I think I would prefer it, like you were saying, Fusion, if it was a bonus to everything else.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I still stand by that. But now thinking about it,
Mhm.
it wouldn't surprise me if they did do it. Because they
Yeah.
have made some really stupid choices with reveals and stuff.
Wow.
It just, I wouldn't be surprised if like, yeah, and masks and it's Blue Mage. It would be dumb, but I wouldn't be surprised. is my mindset now.
Sure. Yeah. I'm ready for pain, no matter what it is. It's okay.
Maybe it'll be pleasure, not in a weird way. Maybe it'll be nice. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
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 Not in a weird way.
No.
Not in a
Maybe.
weird way. I mean, do whatever you want,
All right.
Responsible.
So moving on.
Exactly.
Moving on. We did get some settings.
Yeah.
So our new hub for Dawn Trail is going to be the city of Tuliolal. Hopefully,
I'm looking for now.
It's interesting. So that's going to be located. There's a couple different regions. This is going to be in the region of Yaktaral.
There it is.
And so this is the city I think that we're seeing in the trailer where everybody's kind of hanging out and eating tacos. They show us some artwork. There's a couple in-game screenshots as well. And then they also talk to us about Urkopacha, which is a mountainous region in Yaktaral. And it talks about how there used to be some giants. There was a giant empire that lived there. Some really cool mountainous huts and stuff like that. And then there was another area called Yaktael, which is a thick forest that you can. It sounds like it's right outside the city, and you get there via dirigible flight over the mountains. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
Right.
it looks so pretty. It's so vibrant. It's so gorgeous. It's lush. I mean, they were talking about at this point in FanFest, they were talking about how the new graphics updates, and a reminder to everybody that we're just getting the first wave of updates.
Yes.
So these pictures are not the full thing realized.
In
They
development.
Yes, they're just stage one of the implementation of this. But as they pointed out, a lot of the improvements that were already able to be made had to do with the lighting. It had to do with this kind of hazy fog effect. It had to do with the amount of trees and foliage they could put throughout the area. So it looks so beautiful. And I'm really excited about the kind of unique style that they've integrated with the buildings and everything else. It's cool. It's cool.
Please enjoy the greenery. They spent a lot of time on plants. Yoshida pointed it out 3 or 4 times. Look at the plants.
Yeah, look at them. They're great.
They're so great.
Thanks.
And so this jungle area, or this forest area, is where the primary settlements of the Hrothgar and the Mumblejaw are. So I'm sure we'll see. There will be a couple little areas to visit for that. We also have our first tribe for Dawn Trail as well. The Pelu Pelu. So these are actually from Final Fantasy X. they're kind of like here's, but they have weird kind of duck-billed hats.
Mm-hmm. And they're a bit shorter. They're kind of small.
They're also known for their beverages. So
Beverages.
Beverages. Renowned producers of tea, coffee, and mezcal.
Yeah. I would guess this is where
I
we
want to
get
go to
like,
there.
They also have alpacas.
They do.
So
I know.
Incoming alpaca mount.
Llama
You know
Todd
it.
and I got to see each other a bunch at FanFest, which was great. And after we ran into each other, like the day after this announcement had all come together, I was like, Todd, did you see? And he was like, alpaca. So we were both really excited. They had best give us an alpaca mount, is all I was saying.
Absolutely.
Sure, yeah.
Because
The
I need a
tribal
cute
quest will
one.
totally give you an alpaca mount.
Yes, but this is cool. I mean, one thing that I really like about this is that something that they ended up elaborating more upon with the New World, which is fantastic. And I think it does show already that they do have their mind on, again, breaking down some of the prejudices and other things that they had in the game. So when we had our tribes, right? Like, tribes and beast tribes were a big point of contention in the game. And we've had a lot of things recently that have, I think, really brought more of a sensitivity to the understanding of that, right? The idea of like not demonizing people just because they're different than you or they look different than you had greater connotations within the world. And I think it does make our history and the world itself richer to have like this interesting conflict in the politics and all this kind of stuff. But of course, in this new age of peace, having these plot lines like we've had to kind of show further that really we can't, all move forward as people and learn to overcome our differences, but then also vilify and massacre like races that are different than us. So that shift from beast tribes to tribes, as well as now this kind of iteration of the New World, where this separation from Eorzea shows us a different society where literally we have tribe, what we consider to be the tribes over in Eorzea, integrated fully into society and even elected as leaders within that society. Right. And then we see something like the tribes themselves, and lo and behold, the Pelu Pelu are just like humanoid.
Yeah, just straight up.
Yes, like I love this subversion because it does, I think, bring this amazing sense that especially in fantasy worlds, they can be just as diverse as our real world, right? Different continents, different places that are divided by landmass may have entirely different, and by oceans and things, may be entirely different in their cultural perception. So I actually really like this so far. I think it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, we had dwarves and Shadowbringers too, right? So to have like,
true.
That's not a huge stretch, but it's cool to see.
It reminds me to ask, hey, Lalafell players, how you feeling? Do you want to be one of those instead? Because the first question after we see them is, can I play one? We have one short race, which gets a lot of crap because of the way that they look, right? These don't look that way. Yeah. They seem cool. I would at least be interested in seeing what it would look like to play one. It's not going to happen.
No.
But it'd be cool.
We're still waiting on female Hrothgar. There's no way.
Exactly right. There's no way. No way. Yeah. But that's the first question. As soon as you see them, can we play one? It's kind of like the Volpera and WoW. And they did do it eventually, but that question has happened. You know it. And you can just hear Yoshi P go, Nightmare. Yeah, I know.
I'm a little surprised. I mean, we talked about this in our predictions episode of things that we would probably totally, absolutely, without a doubt see, which were things that we knew about already. We didn't get female Hrothgar here.
Nope. Not at all. Not even a mention.
And what it made me think of it was how we got the review of the Pelu Pelu. I feel like Mamul Ja would have been a more obvious, like, hey... Obviously, but I'm wondering again, now
they may not they might not count as a tribe in this region, right? Like
well, you know what it is you get a Wyver from doing like Endwalker gemstone stuff, so they can't have you get a Wyver mount from Mamul Ja tribe quest, so they can't. That's what it is.
I think it's kind of appropriate that it's the Mamul Ja that are very possibly like the majority.
Yeah, I think so too, and I love that. I mean, They could do some really interesting stuff with this. We have the mention of an ancient, although supposedly extinct giant empire.
Mhm.
And I've always been curious since the start of the game about the giants that we do see in Eorzea that were like driven underground and in huge conflict and then basically kind of went extinct. I mean,
Yeah.
so do we get something like giant? But they could also do a total subversion here, and we could have something like Hrothgar be the tribe.
Sure.
Wow.
I mean,
Yeah.
it would be interesting. We know there's a population of them, or Vieira, or I don't know.
Mhm.
It could be. It could be a.
They could.
a
I mean,
kind
they
of
could
unique
also
thing.
have
Yeah.
like an offshoot Mammulja tribe as well. They've done that with other. I mean,
Yeah, with
a
the
lot of
Andunta and,
a lot of the other,
Tonga.
original beast tribes were kind of just like other littler clans, right?
Yeah.
So they could
Mhm.
totally do like Mammulja if they wanted to. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I definitely wasn't expecting them to be like, leading the city, like let alone
Yeah,
like obviously we
right.
knew they're from the New World, which makes me wonder like who are those Mammulja just hanging out in like Lenosia? Like what's their story? I want to sit down with them and have a beer and figure out what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. They showed off a little bit more of the graphic update. We saw some
Mhm.
races. We saw some more materials and stuff.
Mhm.
Ilmeg is looking pretty now with
Yep.
Oh,
the update. They were showing the Doman Castle
Mhm.
dungeon with the new like gold textures and stuff. That looks really cool.
The skin, like the skin and eye textures and the horn textures on the aura, it just, it all looks so good.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely so happy. I think maybe the races where you could see the least amount was like Hrothgar. I was kind of like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
it looks okay. It didn't
Some
feel
people were
like.
talking about Lalafell as well. It's like you couldn't
Yeah,
really
you can't
see too
tell
much
at
of a
all.
difference because they don't have a lot of features. They're very
Sure.
all like in the first
And
place.
I
So
mean the graphic update it's gonna be such a weird
Yeah.
thing, right? Because yes, everything is getting upgraded, but it's like that idea of when a game that you played 20 years ago gets a remaster and then you play it and you're
Mhm.
like, this looks exactly how I remember it.
right.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Like we'll notice the update for like a week, and then after that it'll just be like, this is how it's always been. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking
Level cap is going to 100. There might have been a little
That's
bit of
something that we
speculation. 99,
Yeah.
100. They're going triple digits.
Yeah, I don't know. Did we talk about that? I think we did.
Yeah.
And I think we said we would like 100. So here we go.
Yeah.
I don't want 9 levels. That's weird. Don't give me 9.
That would be weird.
Yeah, this does raise the continuing question, though. Do they go beyond 100?
Yeah.
And I mean, 100 seems like such a tidy number.
Mhm.
Or are we going to be looking at another, but even more robust kind of level crunch coming in future expansions? I mean, they may speak more about this soon, they might not, but it is something that I think a lot of us are curious about because 100 plus is pretty intense for leveling.
Yeah.
But
I mean, remember though too, like we had they did the what do they call it when they did the whole number thing. They scaled everything down.
Yeah, the number
Right,
crunch or
and
number squish.
that was to prepare for the future, right? So I think like
Yeah.
just for simplicity's sake, like if they don't do another, if we don't have 110 and 8.0, what's the alternative? Like, are they going to come up with some kind of new progression system? I don't
Merits.
think. Right? Yeah, I mean, and that would be cool.
Yeah.
But at this point in the game, as much as that would be nice, and how as nice it would be to like give kind of a breath of fresh air for progression, I don't see them doing that. I think they're
No.
just going to keep on keeping on 10 levels every expansion, couple new abilities, and that's it. And that's fine. Like it's worked out so
Yeah.
far. You know what I mean? We also got a look at our first trial for Dawn Trail. This will be against Valagarmanda, which
Yeah.
is a enemy from FF6. And we had some artwork for that posted.
Very important enemy too.
Hmm.
Like
Oh.
it's one of the most important summons in the game. Like it's the start of the whole thing. It's the reason why the whole Magitech march through the winter even happens. Like
Right.
they're going to look for it. I don't want to spoil more, but it's very important to that game.
You,
Very cool.
You know,
Yeah.
the way you phrase that,
Yeah.
and this feels weird because you would assume that said trial would be based in New World, which is the whole base of the new expansion.
Yeah.
We never really found out what that primal was that they encountered.
Oh, that
Right.
Garlemald first encountered
Mhm.
a long
Yep.
time ago that set them on their conquest or
Thematically,
classification.
it could.
Interesting. It could fit. It could
Yeah.
fit. I saw too, and I was looking up stuff that the name might be a combo of 3 mythological creatures: ice serpent, Vritra, lightning bird, Garuda, fire lizard, salamander. So we don't know like what they're gonna draw on specifically. My first thought when I was looking at it was something almost akin to like Quetzalcoatl, like, but it's not quite. It's not quite
Yeah.
that. So yeah, I don't know how they're going to use it within the context of the New World, but very interesting with the 6 ties here.
Yeah, and that's why it has Tri-Disaster. That was its main ability. It's really interesting now that you say, like this could be the first one that they found in Garlemald. That would make sense. They could redo the 6 opening with Biggs, Wedge, and Terra. The Empire going to see a frozen Esper.
Yeah.
And that scared the crap out of them. Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. It's weird though, but then we come back to that idea of like we're in the New World, but then like is there more story going on over here, or is it just like what they could again, right? Tokyo trailer comes out, it's like, oh, also clouds move out of the middle continent. It's like we're also doing a little bit here. Who knows?
Could be.
It's hard to think of 2 heads competing for a seat of power to be the primary story of an expansion.
Right.
So there's something else that'll be going on. And again, right,
Of course.
it's first fan fest. This is what we get for first fan fest.
Yeah, this is all we get. This is the norm.
Whenever I'm asked what's my favorite Final Fantasy, I usually say 4 and then 6.
Yeah.
So if we're getting some 6 stuff this next time around, yay!
Yeah, that'd be great.
Let's see. He's also said that we'll get, obviously there's new duty support for dungeons in Dawn Trail. This is one of these. No, we're not at Yucky yet. Hold on.
We're not there yet.
Being in the room when it happened, right? I remember making a mental note for this next slide that there was like no applause, no cheers. There will be new variant dungeons.
I was excited.
Yeah.
Okay.
I cheered.
The room was very quiet. It's the whole slide, right? It's new variant dungeons, new alliance raid, 8-player raid, new ultimate raid.
You're cutting out. We can't hear you.
Oh no. Am I good? Hello? Testing. Okay. So it was basically like here's all the new like dungeon and raid stuff, right? All on one slide. But there really wasn't a lot of woo like about it. And I think a lot of that probably, right? The big issue with variant dungeons right now is reward structure because it sucks.
I mean,
so I think to announce more of that, but not also say we're adjusting things with it was kind of they should have said
I agree
a little something.
I also don't necessarily think the lack of cheering was wholly down to variant dungeon. I think it's just that it's the kind of slide that they put up often where it's just like,
Every
and you
time.
get more story. And everybody's like, cool. Yeah.
It's better.
Thank you. Like, so I much more read the audience reaction as just like, yeah, we know we get content and alliance raid and dungeon and stuff. I
because
personally
they said duty support.
Yes, like in
can't cheer
duty
after
support kind of let in. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where people were just like kind of either tuning out, doing their tweets, doing whatever because it was just sort of like a yeah, duh. I personally was really excited to see more variant dungeons, but I mean, I don't completely disagree with you, Fusion. I do think that like if they'd had a separate slide and they said something like, we really think there's potential for this moving forward and we have looked and listened to feedback and we're going to be adjusting. Yeah. I do think that with like the reward and stuff there that we probably would have seen more of a response. But yeah, I don't think that this slide, like the lack of response was because people just give 0 Fs about
no, that's 10,000% fair. And I think obviously my view on it is skewed, right? Because everybody has their own personal views. But yeah, I mean,
again.
You got to lean like real close to your mic. It's like gating you hard today.
ASMR.
Yeah, I have the AC on, so I had to
Yeah, it is.
turn my
It is
filter
sort of
up.
every time
When
you
you
turn
lean
your
back.
face away.
I lean
Or,
back.
yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna eat the mic. Gonna go old school here.
Don't chocolate rain. Don't pull back from the mic.
Chocolate, right? Okay. But yeah, just the idea that variant dungeon is looking like it's going to be like a mainstay when there are so many issues with it scares me.
There's not so many
I wouldn't
issues
say there's
with
so
it.
many issues.
No,
No,
I think
there's
it's
like
it's
one
One
sort
issue.
of glaring issue.
reward
and for
structure
people
sucks,
who are-
accessibility into it sucks. There's no reason to do it after the first week. There's a lot of problems with it, I think.
This will be because I personally am obsessed with variant dungeons. This will be a place where I firmly take a stance against you, Fusion.
Sure.
I think the only problem, if we're saying problem with the content, I think the only problem with the content are things that actually have nothing to do with the content itself. Like, it's the reward of the content. It's sure the initiative to engage with the content. It's the way they've tied the content in, but the actual content, I personally think, is great. It has a lore aspect and element. It scales flexibly to amount of players brought in. It has normal and difficult levels. I've never had a bug, a technical issue. I think the fights have been interesting. I think that the variation of paths has been interesting. Perhaps a single critique is that one of the hidden paths in Rokon was dumb and annoying. but just in the sense that I don't think they reinforced the riddle as well as they could have.
Sure.
But as somebody who went through and did every single path, every lore unlock without a guide, and really would like to continue on, the content itself, I think, has a lot of promise and is really interesting and really fun and has a lot of flexibility. But sure, the way it's integrated, they could integrate it more immersively. But I don't think the content itself is like, this is garbage and it doesn't deliver anything and the fights are stupid and it has a ton of bugs. Like, I don't think it's that. And I really want to delineate that because like, I think it's polished and it's well done, but how they decide to integrate it into the game, sure, can be a sticking point. And the rewards do need to be addressed, especially for the higher difficulties. But again, it doesn't mean that they aren't still interesting. And like even casting the higher difficulties for World First was super fun and people were like really engaged by it. And there were some very interesting things they did this time with the higher levels. The fight that is basically an ad control fight is so cool. Like you have one enemy that will wipe you if you aggro it, and it's buffed by all the other enemies. And so it becomes this strategic movement game with the tank and everybody else focus targeting. And it was a fight unlike anything I've seen recently in 14. So I just want to take a second to like strongly praise Variant Dungeons because I think there is a reason that they saw the potential too in these. I just think they need to sell us on it more, but I don't think the content itself is bad.
The content is
I feel
fine.
really strong about it.
I feel strong about it too.
agree.
So this is great. Genuine question. After you completed all the different paths and stuff, have you gone back in?
Yeah, because I wanted to farm all of the currency to get the stuff because it's tradable and sellable.
Okay.
So I've gone back in since then. Again, is the specific encouragement to do it as strong as it could be? Do they have their own roulette? No, which I really wish they would. I think
Yeah.
that's fun.
It's buried
That'd be
in an
nice.
oddly named menu, and everything about it is oddly named.
Yes.
That's
So
true.
the integration again, I think, could be improved. But
Right.
again, the content itself, I think, is really good. It's some of the most interesting content. Like, I don't know. I found it engaging on multiple levels, which much of the other content I haven't found engaging.
Yeah.
on
It has
multiple
the space
Exactly.
to be a more exploratory dungeon, partially because it doesn't have the rewards. Because if you have the rewards, you want to go quick, right? It's very weird that we've run into this issue with them because it's like, do you really need a reward? Yes, you do. This is an MMO, right? But like, this is 14 though. This is the MMO that's about story. So the story is the reward, and that's great. But there just has to be a little bit more. And I agree. Like, okay, I'm going to be real with you right now. I've never gone in, not once, to either one of them. Not even, because I don't, not interacting with the game very much right now. And also, there's no thing for me that I want.
Sure.
But if there was a thing that I wanted, I would do it. So if the rewards change, I think we see even more people going into it. More people who do the raid logging that, MMOs are known for, getting into that system. But yeah, like you're both saying, they need to remove the roadblocks to get there. Like, how do I unlock it? How do I find it? Go ahead.
The draw for me for this content is the riddle part, the puzzling
Sure.
out what's going on. And I would even go so far as to say they could make that more complicated.
Sure.
I would like to have an actual real brain challenge to do this, because I do like the fact that the fights are different. All of the little fights are different than anything anywhere else. I mean, it's all the same mechanics, but especially I feel in the second one, there's just some variance all over the place that makes it really fun. And then to have that extra layer of difficulty in the next tier up is really nice as well. But for me, my favorite part are the puzzles. So I'd like to see an extra difficulty level there as well.
Sure.
And again, for me, that is enough reward. I understand that it's not going to be for a lot of people, but that's just plain friggin' fun for me. So I'm there just to puzzle out the nonsense that's happening.
Now, this is a thought that I had about rewards, because I agree with you, Zen. I feel much the same way that you do. The puzzle and the journey and everything is a reward to me. I do agree with a lot of the feedback as well about them adding, particularly for the Savage difficulty, some kind of equivalent. We've talked about it on the stream before, but something, right, to other raid or extreme level reward. But one thought that I did have was that with this recent one, Rokon, sorry, I have a kitten visitor who'd like to weigh in as well. Hi, buddy. With this
Cat wants a taco. Give him a taco.
I'll give that cat a taco. With the recent one, they have these little sparkler bags, like the little special effect bags.
Oh, like the little bullshit nobody cares about rewards.
Oh, I see. I knew that was coming.
Yes,
it's true.
Yes. No, I agree with you. But let me iterate off of this.
Yes.
I too thought, oh, this is garbage that I hate and I don't care about. And I clicked on it just because I was like, oh, whatever. I'll see whatever they made for these and then I'm going to delete them all. And I went, hold up a minute. Because the effect on these ones are actually really cool. It's like floating foxfire that like rotates around you. It's so cool. And I immediately was like, I want to do whole photo shoots with this. I want to do all this stuff. And then I had this thought, because in Guild Wars 2, one of the things that people oftentimes are the most motivated in game to try to obtain are these rare drops, of these things that are based, they're called like auras, or like they're known as like, they're like a permanent bonus effect that's not tied to a specific piece of gear. You can put that on and it will apply to your character. So like in this case, if you did whatever in this, or you ran however much, or you unlock everything, or you do all these things, or you keep running it and you save up a billion currency, I don't know how they would do it, but whatever. You would essentially get this thing that's a special effect that would just apply to your character. So like you're in your set, you have this thing slotted in whatever, your accessory slot or whatever. And
you definitely already have a system in place for it.
Yeah, and it gives you floating foxfire around your character. And that immediately made me go, if we had something unique like that, that would probably motivate a lot of people. If we then also had something like the Savage rewards, that would also motivate a lot of people in a different form.
Nice? The stuff that drops randomly from like the lowest tier, all the furniture pieces. It'd be nice if you could just buy those like with the Savage currency or whatever.
Yeah.
Historically, in Final Fantasy XIV, if there's content that rewards fireworks, the reward structure is probably garbage. It's either heavily RNG based.
I'm gonna need you to calm down. Right
No. I'm getting ready for later. I'm getting pumped up.
It's a common problem that has been said, and it's rewards, and it's one of those things in MMOs where instrumental play or the play for mastery or to get the thing out of it is just as important as the story, and there's just been a little bit less of that lately, right? There's been a less of that kind of mastery, and then we get this and people are like, cool, I'm going to get the cool thing out of it, and there isn't a cool thing. So for people who are motivated by that, they just don't do it. but I don't know that this content has to cater to them too, right? I don't know that it needs to, right? Like, I haven't
gonna
interacted with it.
depend-
I don't care. It's
It's gonna
fine.
depend on
not mad.
the percent of people who are crazy like me and Rook and just want to do the
Right.
content to do the content.
And there's a lot of people who do that in 14 that don't do that in other MMOs because of the way 14 is. So I don't know that it's out of place to have it. I just know that if it had more rewards, more people would interact and maybe learn that they like it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to do that. You have to get people into it. So many people from WoW came to 14 and it's like, oh, it's so slow. And I don't know if I like the combat. And then they take a bite of the story and they go, I don't care. It's good. Duty support is for those type of people too. Like, I don't know if I like MMOs.
Sure.
Well, I tried it with duty support and it's pretty good. Maybe I will do it. They just need to give that incentive, and they don't even have to change anything else. Honestly, it's all good, it seems. So just add one thing, add tomes, add extra whatever's. That's fine. We're done.
Literally
That's
put
all
it
we
into
need.
roulette. I mean, this is
Sure.
the way I view this is variant dungeons are mannequins. We wanted something to put clothes on, and then they added all this other crap onto it that we didn't ask for. We wanted scaling dungeons, and we got variant dungeons. It's just no.
I mean, I like variant dungeons more. And I think
if you
they're
were gonna get
inspired.
if you were gonna get me hooked on this, Silda would have been the one to do it. It had Nanamo in it, some old DAO stuff, like that was cool. I could care less about the Far Eastern stuff. I don't even know what the story is going on. Like it's. I feel like there were more cutscenes with the Silda stuff. Like this one's just like you go here, you do some stuff. I could be misremembering, but like there's
a very strong story in it. I mean, a lot of it has to do with additional lore as well as you like go through and you read all the stuff. I have no doubt, Fusion, that you could get the story of it. And we also have
sure I
really,
could. I just didn't. I don't care.
There's a really fantastic moment at the end too. I mean, it's very good. But I mean, sure, like finding ways to incentivize people that otherwise wouldn't be drawn by its other factors is important. I mean, just as a final note, because we do have so much more to talk about with FanFest, and we've gone on a total
we do need to move on. As much as I would love to just rant on this all day.
But as a final note, I do think this variant dungeon that we got has a lot of rewards in it, and they are sellable and farmable, and you can earn gil from that.
Mm-hmm.
But and we had the mount, we had a ton of the gear sets, which were beautiful and were things that a lot of people have been asking for that we didn't necessarily get from other Far Eastern content. And you know, all the other things that you can pick up, but of course, like the bigger reward compulsion, what is unique as a reward, what is desirable as a reward is important. But all of this to say, there is one thing coming up that I am excited about that I think we all are excited about. So we will be unified in this joy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Be careful with this next one. I don't know.
Which is the 2 die slots for all gear and a ton of furnishing items in this game.
So
It's great.
before we left, one of the things that we predicted would not never happen was they would change the die system.
Yeah.
Yoshi P said, "Come here, I'm gonna step on you," and we said, "Okay."
Yeah. It's great. I mean, it just is awesome because you look at all the gear and you're like, why can't I dye that white part? Like what? Like that makes everything look worse. Why are we doing that? It's nobody. Somebody could be mad about it, but I don't know how. Other than I want more. Yeah. Because Guild Wars is still better. Guild Wars 2 is still better. Absolutely. There's
but Guild Wars 2 is also the best at dives
the best
in
at
the
it,
whole
so.
genre.
Yeah.
This was hands down the thing people were the most excited about.
Oh yeah, the biggest cheers, not the most memes, but a lot of memes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, I like glamour less than a lot of people, but yeah, give me that. That's fine. I'll use it. Seems good.
Yeah.
Give me it. This is life changing. This is life changing to me because there are pieces of gear I have kept in my retainers, in my glamour wardrobe for years. Those beautiful binding coils, the like Bahamut gear set.
Sure, yep.
They are gorgeous. The gold on them matches no other item in this entire game. And so I have just kept them, waiting for the day that I finally, maybe if Yoshi P was nice, and if Yoshi P took pity on us, that I could dye those cool pieces of gear. And it's happening.
It's
And
actually happening.
Actually, on those pieces specifically, it's going to be the other color that gets dyed.
Don't say that.
I knew.
That's going to happen. People are going to go to dye something. They're like, yes, we're going to be able to dye that second part. And it's going to be like the other one that like nobody cared about. And it's like,
Well,
It will happen, sure.
It will happen on some
Yeah.
pieces for sure. But the thing is that in Final Fantasy XIV, a lot of our gear, because Final Fantasy as a game series has oftentimes focused on an identifiable primary color for classes. Because of that, in a lot of our gear, we see that like it's almost already designed with two major color features, like the major fabric, the major metal. And so I really am super hopeful for this because, of course, there are pieces of gear that have multiple things and little details and all kinds of stuff where having more channels would be even better. But I really think this is going to go a long, long, long way. And I think a lot more is going to open up for us to be able to use, which is awesome.
It's great. And, they're going to start designing gear. Even if they weren't, they have to retrofit a lot of this. They're going to start designing gear. They've already started designing gear with that in mind. So the 2-dye channels will go further because they know that they have them now. Like it's gonna be great. We'll have to see retroactively, right? Like I'm just thinking right now, the Summoner AF, if you dye it any color inside the kind of embroidery, it's white in between the little like filigree stuff.
Yeah.
And you can't change that. Like there you go. If you do that, that's perfect. It's already great. And they're gonna design stuff with that in mind. It's gonna be awesome. I know it's like, as we said, the one thing that everyone is like, yeah, it's pretty good. Even if you don't glamour, it's pretty good. Yeah. It's like the tacos. Everybody liked the tacos. You can't go wrong with tacos.
Yeah.
Magical.
Yeah, this is great. I hope that they release it all. I hope that it's not something where we get like 5 pieces of gear at the start of the expansion and then they're like, oh, we'll add 5 more in another year.
I hope it's not, but just because we already have the graphic rollout, I wouldn't surprise me.
But there has also been a lot of discussion, right, about our patch cycle currently and the fact that we don't have something like a Boja equivalent. We don't have something like, and it does make me wonder, while we have had other things that have come in, it does make me wonder if there is a possibility that some of that we've seen, sorry, I have another cat incursion, is because of them working on some bigger scale projects like this for launch of new expansion. So maybe, we'll see.
It could be. I mean, I think, no, I'm not even going to, I was going to make another bash again, Fairy. I'm going to be good. We also got, they're going to have a new lifestyle content in the same vein of Island Sanctuary. Whether or not that's just more Island Sanctuary, who knows? That's all they really said about it.
Yeah, that is one where I'm almost the reverse with the variant dungeon debacle.
Sure.
Not as bad, because I have enjoyed Island Sanctuary. But when I saw that, I did have a moment where I went, well, I hope you do a little something more with it.
Yeah. I'm like, are you going to just announce the instance housing now, or are we just going to have to be forced to speculate and be let down again?
Don't even think that it's ever going to happen. Let's just be surprised like the dive.
Be surprised.
That was good.
Yeah.
Island Sanctuary is a great start, but there's so much more that I think needs to be done to really make it a big game mode or something that people really get excited for. So
give people who don't have housing a way to get submersibles. I don't know. Give them at least a garden plot. You know what I mean? Like these sorts of things, or build on that. Like that'd be cool.
Yeah. New Crystal of Conflict and Frontline stuff. New updates for that. That's it. That's no details on that yet. They will be increasing the furnishing limit. It won't make it at 7.0 though, so it'll be sometime in the patch cycle. Yeah,
it's coming though. It's happening.
Yep. PC specs are changing. PS4 will still be supported. Also, Xbox is going to be a thing that's going to be supported. They brought Phil Spencer out and asked him to talk like awkwardly like 3 different times. It was really weird. He was so awkward on that stage.
I don't know what it is, but I have this weird obsession with stilted, awkward corporate cool speak at events. It's like watching a train wreck. I find it so deeply entertaining in a way I cannot quantify, and I don't think anyone else feels this way. But every time that awkward man came back out to say more, I was like, read your script, weird man. Read it.
I don't know if they had one, because if they did, he would have been a little more like, it's like they like 3 times they're like, would you like to say something? And he's like, I already did twice, but sure. And then the way that he was talking, and like this is gonna, I'm gonna, like, I don't have any insider information. This is purely speculation on my part. The way he was talking about, like, and I hope we can continue to work with Square Enix and Xbox and all this stuff. I'm like, they've been holding this game hostage as part of a bigger deal. That's what's been the holdup. They've been wanting more. Because I think that's what it is. 14's probably been good to go for years. And it's like, but like, we want like some other stuff. And Square Enix is like, just take the game. And they're like, no, we need, and now they just got out of court. They 16 on PS5. They wanted more. I think they were getting greedy about it. And I think that's why it took so long.
It paves the way for them to add a whole new type of game to their platform. So I don't blame them necessarily. You know what I mean? Like, this is it's a big deal. It might not seem like it to everybody, but this is a huge deal. And I know Brian, who used to be where I am as a co-host here, was literally losing his mind. I was talking to Chris from Work the Game. I know. And like, we were messaging back and forth with Brian during FanFest, and he was so over the moon. And I mean, I'm just so happy too, because this is something that players have really wanted, and it's just going to continue to grow our base. So
you gotta play it, Brian.
Yeah. It's true. I just wanted to make a note about the cringy corporate speak. Because we don't have E3, I too missed it. So thank you. Where are we going to get our Ridge Racer or Giant Enemy Crab? Please keep coming out.
On that note, and this is a 10,000% tangent a little bit, but we've talked about Danny O'Dwyer and NoClip before, after when they did their 14 stuff. Danny recently got a hold of just like boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of old like E3 tapes. Like he actually has that PS3, that Sony conference with Ridge Racer and Giant Enemy Crab, full 1080p uploaded onto the internet now. Highest quality you've ever seen.
Preserve this.
Go check that stuff out. NoClip has an entire channel. Like he's got stuff for like Neverwinter Nights or like like Old Republic. That's like, check out our game, and it's like they open up like an internal like model viewer to show off the models. Like that's how like, oh my god, it's crazy. It's really fascinating. Go check out.
It was fun. I do see channel. Chat confirming that there was a script and it was accidentally leaked on stream, which is hilarious. I mean, I had no doubt there was a script. I'm sure that they had on like monitors down at the front of the stage something they were reading, because I think this is maybe it. This is what delights me so much about it. As somebody who trained in acting and who went to theater school and who did, it's so funny to me to just watch them like stand up there, these like owners of multi-billion-dollar companies, who they're just like, thank you so much, Yoshida-san. This friendship that we have is so amazing, and I am looking forward to many years, and I'm sure you gamers also are.
so I think part of the problem was because I've gone to Xbox's E3 presser a bunch of times now. Their prompter is huge. And it's like they look out and they just see like there's a chunk where like people would be sitting, and it's just the prompter. Like, because I've sat on the side before, so I get to see. I've seen the prompter several times. So to go from that to like tiny little screen, that might be a little different than he's used to. But yeah, if there was a script, like Phil, you've done this before. Like, what happened? So maybe they didn't rehearse. Maybe that's what happened. There was no rehearsal.
Yeah. Maybe the translation delay just iced him. I don't know.
It was weird. But hey, Xbox, yay, we're doing it.
Yes, yay!
We also got a screenshot of what they're calling the strategy board. Which
it could be really cool.
Yeah, this looks really
I'm
cool.
Most excited about of everything that we've said so far.
Yeah, Raiders especially. This is going to be amazing. The UA is not done yet, but Yoshida described it as a kind of whiteboard that players can use to help plan strategies for fights. So like the screenshot that we have here, there's like, I think there's like 8 different saved boards. And you see like there's like a circle, it's got positioning for like rolls and stuff, it's got like conal AoEs and all this stuff. Like it looks really cool. And I'm really curious to see like what the finished product looks like.
I would love if they integrated into Party and Raid Finder, in which you don't have to list all of that. Just open it up in a window and you can say, these are the 4 mechanics that you need to know. These are the, you know, whatever things that we're doing. Oppo strat, whatever, you know what I mean?
Link it into Duty Finder. You can click on it and say, oh, people are positioned that way. That's that strat. Because like so many of these fights, and like I'll fully admit, like I don't do raid statics anymore. I never did Party Finder and I never will. But like going through and it's like, okay, what's this strat called? Why is it called that? That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand where these names come from.
Because that's the person who came up with it third and put up the post.
It's like, this is the Sesame Street strat. Why? Because there's Muppets and there's a letter of the day. I don't know. Like, it's just so, like, to be able to have that and potentially, like, maybe, like, be like, hey, here's a, click this and you can see, like, what it is. And it's like, oh, shit. Like, that's awesome. I love that.
It's great for statics. It's great for pugs. It's just good. I mean, you could probably use it for PvP. You know what I mean? Like, you could just use it for a lot of things.
What else? Like from my many years of raid leading, I found, and this is probably super obvious, some people's brains click with different visuals. So like, you can take a whole raid group into the actual instance, put down markers and be like, you need to go there, you need to go there, and then you have to go there. And somebody will look at the markers and be like, sure, I'll see what I can do about that. But then you show them this like top-down view, put down the same markers, say the same thing, and they're like, got you, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like watch the video. I'm like, I will. It won't help, but I'll watch the video. It's just in 1 year out, I can't process it. That's not how I work.
Everybody has a different way that they process learning. This is great because, I mean, we have many tools that people will use and continue to use outside of the game. But again, if you're like with random pugs, or if you're just coming in, or if you're just trying to explain something to some new players, or this gives us more tools to do that. And yeah, as somebody who has had Zanidra as my raid leader before, in the times, my bad moment is that if I'm going to watch the video, I will take away from the video, but I usually have to then mute everybody. I'm like, shush, and I like mute everyone, and I play the video, and then I replay the video, and then I look at it, and then I like re-describe it to myself to make sure I have an understanding of what's going on, and then I'm good. What I can't do, the one thing that my brain always tunes out at, and the one thing Zanidra was always very good at, so sorry that my brain is bad at this, is when we'd just be sitting there in between polls and Zanidra would be like, this is the mechanic, and then it would verbally walk us through it all, because I'd just be sitting there, and in my head I'd be like, oh god, how long has it been? And then I'd be like, Zanidra would be on like a totally different mechanic, and I was like, oh my god, I gotta listen, I'm gonna listen. And then I'd hear like 2 words, and then it'd be like, all over again.
I was the same way.
So this gives a visual in-game to pair with that talk, which is great.
Yeah, I think because, at least in this last raid tier, they focused more on mechanics than DPS checks. Like, that's just the truth. That is what they did. The mechanics are a little bit more involved towards the back end, right, of the raid. They always are, but this one's just a little bit more tuned in that way. And if they're going to keep going in that way, we needed non-third-party tools that could help us organize, and we got them. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
On the screenshot that they show too, so there's like the actual editor, but then there's this other window that has 3 tabs: saved, received, and collaborate, which means I love that, because if it's just like, I made this board and I share it, that's one thing. But the idea that like you can open up a board as a team and move stuff around and see that on everybody's screen and be like, okay, so then I do this, or like that you can talk through stuff. That's awesome. And I think that's going to be super helpful to a lot of people. Let's see. Stormblood is going to be part of the free trial.
Some sort of way to back and forth it. There needs to be some way where you can just like throw it up online. take the pictures, move it to a Discord, something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Screenshot
Yeah.
it or do a crop, and
Yeah. True.
it,
Yeah, but I feel
Yeah,
like
it'd be interesting.
it would be nice if it were just part of it, you know?
Like you press button, it goes into maybe your screenshot, but it's just that window. You know what I mean?
Mm.
That'd be cool.
How cool
and
would
then
it
you could
be
just do that.
if it like integrated with the app or something and gave us a
Oh
reason
my
to
God.
use the app?
Oh
And
my
oh
you
God.
could,
yeah,
like,
there's an app.
through
Yeah.
the app, you could make like a little like a group or a raid group or something. And you could be theorizing like, hey, I thought we could try this for tonight, and you could like send it over, and there could be a thing on there that would just immediately be like import images to Discord or something, and it would like you could say, it'd be
That
so
would be
cool.
great.
It'd be neat. I still think people would just screenshot or crop and send it over Discord. I don't think that would get them using the app, but maybe.
I want a reason to use it.
I know. I keep
Yeah.
like
Just
give
wanna
us
use it.
something.
No.
Give us
You made it.
calendars for FCs and social groups.
Yeah.
Give us like give us things that we can use it for,
Well,
because it is there.
The
You
problem
made
is
it. I want to use it.
they could add voice chat, they could add all this stuff, but nobody's gonna care because they already have established alternatives. That is
true.
the reality.
It is true. I mean, you would have to make something better than the tools that are out there, and that'd be hard to do. But this is a step in that right direction, because we've all seen the third-party websites where they have it and you kind of go through like a slideshow. That's great. It's on another screen. Some people don't have that.
No.
Some people play PlayStation. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
it's just
Yep.
you need something in game, like we always say.
Absolutely. Stormblood will be part of the free trial. That's going to start with the release of patch 6.5, so that'll be pretty soon here.
Yeah.
This I want. We're getting a collaboration with Fall Guys. Tell us how you really feel, Rook.
I'm
That
sorry.
face
actually obligated
just
to do this
like-
right now, so
Yeah,
I'll
thank
just
you.
be
Thank
over
you,
here.
Albino.
Yeah.
That's how I felt. I just don't give any shits about this. So sorry. I was gonna try to be more coy about my phrasing. But I just don't care about this at all. Not even a little bit. And it's fine. It's fine. I mean, maybe the one thing, here in Rook fashion, I'll try my best to find a positive for every situation. So the one thing that I
Good
like
for
about
you.
this, perhaps, is that somebody's got to balance you out, Fusion.
You're not wrong.
I knew that was coming.
You're not wrong.
Is that I do appreciate the innovation that can occur from collaborating with other games and playstyles to bring in content that might shake up the offerings in your game. So in those regards, I do appreciate that perhaps this new minigame in the Gold Saucer could be very fun for everyone and might add some new enjoyable thing to the game, because Fall Guys is not fun. Now, do I think that 14, with its own issues with momentum and server ticks and delay, is perhaps the best choice to try to emulate a game mode where the whole thing is that it's split-second response and jumping timings, otherwise you fall and it's very funny and your friends laugh at you? No, I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe. It could be a lot of fun, but I just genuinely don't care about this. I just don't care about it. I probably won't play
That's
it. I'll try it, maybe. I'll try it. I don't know.
You have to.
I played a little bit of
fired
it
now.
when it first came out. Look, the idea of like being able to like get Dragoon armor, I'm not sold on it. You know what I mean? Like, we'll see.
I've never played Fall Guys, but a couple of the people I was at this fan fest with were actually genuinely excited about this.
And I mean this nicely. It's a stupid, fun little game. Yeah. So we're not no Blitzball, but we do get a Fall Guys collab in the Gold Saucer as well. And then there's like a season pass for Fall Guys. There's
the little
bunch of
little face
costumes that you
guys,
can get.
they're
So
cute,
there's like
yeah.
Alphino, Alice, a White Mage. I think it's supposed to be a Stinian, or just a Dragoon. There's a black and a yellow Fat Chocobo, a Gubu, and a Namazu outfit that you can get. So and that starts actually this coming week. That's August 22nd. So that's right around the corner here. So if that's your thing, go check it out. Also for Xbox, we forgot to mention too, open beta is going to start sometime in 6.5x, and the
That's
release.
so weird.
And then,
An open beta for a 10 to 14-year-old game.
yeah. Well, it's it's different hardware. It's a different
Yeah,
shaped
it's
computer
just
box.
funny.
Am I
And
safe?
then,
Computer
Can
box.
I come
yeah, no,
back?
yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can
And
go
then
back.
release is planned for spring 2024. So,
Awesome.
Sprang.
there you go. And that's it. That's the keynote.
Yeah.
We did part of the show.
Yeah, we did part of the show. What
I
time?
was, it was really funny to be standing because we got there late-ish because we were informed of the lines. Like, we didn't miss any of the keynote, but also we were across the street from the convention center, and I didn't want to stand in a line outside, so I didn't.
No.
Um,
They should have had lines outside.
no.
Yeah.
We'll get into that
We'll
later.
get that we
Yeah,
will.
That's
soon.
later. So I was towards the back of the room in the standing room only to watch this keynote, which sucks when you're a 5-1 nothing person. But the screens were very high, so it was okay-ish. Where was I even going with this? My brain is full of fog.
Watching the keynote from in the back, didn't want to wait in line.
Oh, towards the end when they had the Xbox guy on, there were just swaths of people leaving.
Just leaving. Yeah.
Yes. There was
I mean,
a mass
look,
exodus.
To be fair, and I'm sure Phil's a great guy. Everybody knew that was going to be the end, and they wanted to get in line for their other stuff.
You cut out again. They wanted to what?
They wanted to get in line for
For
stuff.
everything
Oh
else.
yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, that's what it is. It always
Yeah.
happens. It's nothing against Phil.
I mean, I will
yeah.
say this, the keynote and like being at the keynote was amazing.
Yeah.
Like when I walked into that auditorium, because that was really the first thing that most of us, especially if you'd never done a fan fest before, that was the first event, the first thing on the schedule that you really, really saw everyone. And, you know, the day before, it had been fun because you kind of show up and you get your badges and things. And I saw all sorts of people in line. And I was like, oh, hi. But it was very chill. You know, like it wasn't like there were 10 bajillion million people. There was a line. It was long, but it was inside the convention center. We just hopped in. We got our stuff within a short amount of time. And I got to see a bunch of people and chat. And, you know, it was more relaxed. But when I walked in and saw 15,000 people in that auditorium, the stage, the lights, the music. I walked up front and I was like, am I allowed to be up here? But I was like going to one of the other sections. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm right up front. And I'm like walking in front of everybody, just looking out at the crowd. I was speechless, honestly. I was speechless because there was just nothing. I posted videos on social media and stuff of like, you know, pans of the audience. I turned to Bebop as we were walking and I just went, you know, when you're idling in Limsa, these are the people that are there running around and ERPing and stuff. And I was so happy. I was so happy. It just was amazing because it was really like the first time that I had ever been in person with everyone.
Yeah.
And just Final Fantasy fans and that was such a staggering thing. And like when it started and everybody's roaring and I can hear everybody talking and I'd already like, you know, encountered so many people that pulled me over. I, you know, ran into Ms. and Meest on the way in and we were like, oh my gosh, it's so good to meet each other. It's so good to see you. And like, it was just so fun. Like, it was amazing. The energy was unreal. I felt like I was riding that high the entire weekend because it was just so cool. And that is something that is amazing about FanFest.
I
Awesome.
found you at the airport.
And we saw each other. I hear like Zanidra yelling for turn around. Oh, it was so good. We saw Chris at the airport too from Work to Game. We got to hang out with Zen and chat a bit before we all had to disperse to our hotels. It was very fun to hang out with you there. It really felt like the perfect welcome coming into Vegas to see, to see a friend and to be able to be like, oh, we both made it.
You know, it's funny to talk about the perfect welcome because, and I know some of us had this experience flying into Vegas. I had a full, probably 24-man groups of people playing 14
Oh yeah.
on the plane with me.
Yeah.
There were so many people on the plane that are going to Vegas for FanFest.
So many nerds.
And like one person had, the Paladin jacket on, and we all just kind of gravitated around going, you're going. What do you play? What do you play? It was a very interesting, because I had never experienced that before for the FanFest.
Mm-hmm.
That was new this time.
Yeah. Philip actually, I hadn't really been paying attention. Philip at one point at our layover asked me, how many of these people do you think are going to the FanFest? And I was like, yeah, I don't know. And I look around, and there's like 3 obvious ones, right? I'm like, that one, and probably that guy over there. And then the more I look, the more you can like catch the subtle nerdities. That girl has pink hair. I bet she plays video games.
Wow.
Yes. You start looking for the keychain to like, wait, hold on.
That person has a hat with a sprout on it. Either they play 14 or they're really into botany.
Yes.
The person I sat down next to on the plane had a dancer symbol on their cap, and I was just like, all right, I'm safe. It's good.
Yes. It was so fun at the airport when we were flying out of Chicago. I noticed some people trading stickers, and I walked up and I was like, FanFest? And they were like, FanFest! And like one of the stickers that was traded, I was like, oh my gosh, I saw your sticker design on Twitter before I came in. I thought it was so cute. I was like, I'm so glad I got it. And then I heard from the side of me, are you Rook? And I like turn around, and there's just like a person there who's like, you do all the world first stuff. And I was like, yes, hello. It's like, it was so fun. It was very exciting to just be immediately like identifying like our people amongst everything.
Exactly.
Now, I will say, to counterbalance that, because I know Fusion is just biting back the words, one thing that was not fun about the keynote, there were quite a few, but one thing that was not fun was the fact that they did the whole battle challenge line thing through the app.
Well, so we still have a live letter. Do we want to get that out of the way and then talk about like our actual?
Do we really even need to talk about the live letter?
I don't think we need to. I mean, we could.
Like, it happened at the FanFest.
6.5 growing light, early October, part 2, mid-January. Dawn Trail summer. Enjoy that time frame.
We can skim over it, maybe. I was just specifically going to talk about in conjunction with the keynote, because like this isn't something that came up as it may be connected to greater issues later throughout the weekend, but one thing that was frustrating about the keynote, and that I hope they do differently for the other FanFests, is that they opened up registration for the battle challenge right as the keynote was starting.
This seemed like such a good idea when it and hold on, because they're like, the app was given, there was a FanFest app this time around, right? Which was like, this app is going to solve all of our problems and definitely not create any. And so at like 9:30, right, as people are waiting for the keynote, it's like, hey, the thing is going to start like before the keynote, right? So you can get in, gives you something to do while you're sitting there. I'm like, perfect, amazing. You boot it up 9:30, you're in a queue. Your queue will end 5 minutes into the keynote. Great. Wonderful. The time slowly ticked up. So like it got a little closer, like right before the keynote starts, I'm going to be able to get in there. Perfect. Obviously, other people behind me in queue, not so perfect. If you're at FanFest, at a keynote, you want people watching the stage, not messing with their phones, number one. Number two, I finally got through that queue. It was broke. Put me in a second queue. What?
This sounds like a Seinfeld routine.
Right.
I mean, it's so funny. Yeah.
Yes, you've had first queue, but what about second queue?
We were in a big group, and we were like, we got a queue for the battle challenge. So we were just focused on that. And we couldn't get internet there. I started a mobile hotspot. I was like, restart your phone. Like, we're going to get this. We got to get this.
Your phone needed location on and working because unless the app knew you were at the venue, you couldn't do anything.
Yes, yes. It was locked to the venue.
Yeah.
So it's just like, yeah, it was so frustrating because it crashed. There were a million issues. I'm trying to watch the trailer, our first look at Dawn Trail, but like the queue errors, it misses the thing. It says, oh, you missed it. And I'm like, what? It puts me back in. It like has me 7,000 people in the back. Then it crashes. I open it back up again and it's like, you did it. Reserve your spot. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, I was 7,000. What do you mean I did?
Yeah, what happened?
I was like, I'm not gonna argue. So I just start like reserving. But at this point, we were already a good hunk of time into the trailer. And I'm like trying desperately to like look at it. Was not ideal. Like they should have opened the registration for it at like the time the queue started for getting into the keynote or something.
Well, I mean that's hard too, because you don't want people on your phones while they're trying to go through a line. Like, I mean, the other part too was like I got through and it's like, okay, enter your code or whatever. I'm like, the fuck, what code? I didn't realize till like 20 minutes later it sent me an email. Like I feel so bad for whoever at Square pushed the app idea, because like this is gonna solve so many issues. It sucked. I'm gonna be honest, it was awful.
The best part of the rush to get the battle challenge was, second day, they were just like, just go in. Like, nobody wants to do it right now. Just go in.
Rook, we were watching PvP, and Rook's like, I heard that there's no line for battle challenge. Walked fucking right through. And we'll get into lines and all that in a few. But yeah, I mean, it's like the app idea is cool. It's like, we got like a map in the app. You can load, you can see where everything is. Map never worked once for me while I was in the venue.
I didn't get it to work.
It worked for me after I was home. Not once while I was in the venue.
I understand the point. I understand the point of having it so that you can't register for the battle challenge unless you're on the premises. But like, why don't lock out people who aren't coming to the fan fest in some other way?
Like literally,
I assume that
we have
that
a
was
ticket.
The only reason,
tie that to an account.
That was the only reason that you would do that, because like if you're outside of the convention center, in fact, you can't do it. You have to be in the freaking room. I did not experience the queue because I was with Charles. He and I both had the issue where it just wasn't realizing we were in the room. He deleted and reinstalled the app, and then it worked. So I was like, okay, I'll do that. I deleted and could not get enough internet to reinstall it. So I didn't get the app back on my phone until after the keynote.
Did you know that there was attendee Wi-Fi?
Yes,
it didn't work.
When I found
they never mentioned it, but it was there.
Yeah, when I found that's when I was able to finally get it back on my phone.
Yeah, it didn't work for me.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I had no idea that was a thing. Oops.
I tried and it was just nothing.
There was. I'm gonna say this I don't necessarily mean it the words that I'm saying kind of way. The app was a good idea, but it needed so much more to it. It needed to say, hey, there's internet for everybody at the convention. You're probably gonna need that, because I really freaking
messaging
did.
Overall, even prior to FanFest Online at FanFest, communication was not good. It was lacking in a lot of areas. I mean, and let's do the live letter real quick. We'll bullet point the live letter, and then we'll just get into everything else, right? Okay. We're gonna get a new dungeon, Lunar Subterrane, new trial, Abyssal Fractal, which will be against you know who. New Unreal trial is going to be Singularity Reactor. New 24-man Alliance raid, Thalia.
Woo!
Yep. Dude, they're finishing duty support for Stormblood. A new variant dungeon, Aloalo Island.
No, hold on. Not Boo. I mean, duty support has its own issues, but one thing that I was really excited about with this is that what's his name?
Arnvald?
The guy.
Yes,
Arnvald.
Arnvald is one of the duty support characters, and
It's very cool.
I'm so happy about that. He deserves to have like more of a role given how much he's been in the narrative in recent times. So
exactly,
that'll be really cool.
That was really cool.
Yeah.
I might do it. I went back and I did all the duty support just to get the lines. Like that's where I did that because I'm like, well, I get stuff from doing it anyway too. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's a dungeon that you do. You get tomes anyway, so may as well do it.
So the new variant dungeon is Aloha Island. You're going to be walking around with Matsuya this time.
Hello.
Hello,
Job
hello.
adjustments and stuff. There's going to be some Crystal and Conflict updates, but they're not going to push them before the finals at London.
Yeah,
Which is good.
good idea.
Because they're not dicks.
Yeah, good idea. Don't do that.
They're going to release some new stuff for Island Sanctuary, so there's going to be some new ranks, a new gathering area, some new materials, and something called Felicitous Favors, which will be kind of like individualized requests for handicrafts. And when you ship those, you'll get special tokens tradable for exclusive rewards. So it sounds like you'll just get another type of cowrie, and there's going to be more rewards under that. Fall Guys collaboration is 6.5x. There's going to be a new custom deliveries NPC. Some updates to the fish guide. Free trial stuff. And yeah, I mean that's the bulk of it. So now FanFest. So we talked about the app. So for me, obviously, all of us and everybody listening that went to FanFest is going to have their own version of what happened, right?
Sure.
So a little bit midway through the keynote, I finally got like a time reserved for like later that day, because after the keynote, they have a room for press. I needed to go up and I needed to post the keynote. If you go to Gamer Escape and you read there'll be like a post about Dawn Trail got announced. I wrote that upstairs at the convention center right after the keynote happened. I had to go help with that. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to, it's going to be a little bit of time. So I got like a slot for later in the day. I come downstairs and I end up, it's funny, like how many people there were. You just keep running into like the same handful of people.
Yep.
And I ran into some friends and I was like, hey, like, how's the like battle challenge stuff going? Like, do you know where that is? And they point me down like this giant hallway to this line. They're like, that is both the merch line and the battle challenge line.
Yes.
Yeah. What? So, I mean, if you've listened to any of our FanFest coverage before, you will know of the notorious merch line. 2014, it wrapped around the tiny ballroom. 2016, there were two lines that turned into one line. Frankfurt, 2016, 2017, they had merch pickup. And it was the best fucking thing in the world. 2018, North America, merch pickup. Best thing in the world. North America Fan Fest 2023. You can buy stuff online ahead of time, get it shipped to you. No merch pickup at the event, but that's fine if you can order it ahead of time.
Yeah, right.
I think this is the worst merch line they've ever had.
That's what I heard.
So, look, I'll be real. Like, me and Rook, we both got hit with COVID. There's a lot of stuff we wanted to do that maybe we didn't get done. At one point, I had a draft about my experiences from ADA attendees. I had a draft at 5,000 words. It was huge. It was a novel. I could have submitted it to a university and gotten like a PhD or something. It was massive. And I've tried to whittle it down, and it is a beast. I don't know if I'll get it published realistically, but we're going to absolutely 100% talk about all of it today because this is the FanFest episode, and we need to talk about some of that ADA stuff, like 100%.
Very important.
But the merch line, like there were people there that didn't know about the round one pre-orders.
Yes,
so
not at all.
Communication issue number one, tell people several times that they can buy this shit and avoid lines. Okay.
Yes.
Well, you blew my mind, Fusion, because so when we were talking about this after FanFest, I didn't even realize not only was like the communication ahead of time about like pre-order maybe not the most, in your face thing. I mean, yes, we talked about it in our podcast. I think many of us got our pre-orders in. Many people probably saw that. But again, people still didn't fully realize, or they even had a lot of problems where the shipping was delayed and things. So their items weren't showing up until they were already at FanFest, and they were like panicked trying to figure out how somebody was going to get them in their house if like their whole household.
I was panicking about that scenario. Luckily, it showed up a few days before I left.
But what I didn't know that you later informed me of is that the merch booth at FanFest had additional items that were not
Yeah.
pre-orderable online.
So
And that some of those
so
items were JP exclusives
Yep.
previously that we'd never gotten access to in the States.
so I looking at the website now, and that part of that may have been me misremembering. I'll fully honest. I did in my write up that may or may not see the light of day. I did get rid of some of that. Some of those items are actually on the website now. I don't know if they were before, if it's a stock left over, but I did see some of them on. So that maybe not. In that same vein, what I would say is, so we had the pre-orders online, right? Some people didn't even know about them. Oops.
Yep.
So they need to communicate that. But another issue is some of the stuff online sold out. Specifically like the Charlan mug. I think like the Reaper and Sage magnets sold out. And so for some people, FanFest was going to be the last chance to get that stuff. There were no item limits from what I can tell. So scalping is a thing that probably happened. I'm sure I saw people walking around that had like 6 of the flower lights in a bag. Like, I don't know if they were probably getting it for friends that didn't want to, deal with the line, which I'm not going to blame them there.
Yeah.
So they need to be so better about that. And then, and we talked about this too prior, right? There was the idea of this is round 1 of pre-orders. Oh, okay. Yeah. So then like round 2 will be like after FanFest. Maybe like people saw stuff at FanFest like, oh, that's cool. I wish I could get it. No, round 2 is London merch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Looking back, I can see wording that maybe, okay, yeah, they thought they were maybe explaining this. No, round 3 is going to be Tokyo merch. No restocks in between, by the way. So
no.
You guys you did merch so good.
Yeah,
so good last time. What the fuck?
I will say, we will say here many times, we'll talk about the lines, but I genuinely don't know how to communicate truly what it was like.
Yes.
Because you may see pictures. You may have seen footage of people if they were like live broadcasting or if they've posted videos of things like footage that they took at the convention. I'm the kind of person that I love big crowds. I feed off of energy. I love like lots of people in a bustling space. I have never, in all my years of con going, experienced a line as claustrophobic. Truly, it made me upset. And normally, I don't even care about that stuff. Like, I was trying to even get on the side of the hall where this Wombo Combo battle / merch line was, because there were no people delineating them. There were no pre-delineated or roped off lines. It was not a line so much as it was just 5,000 or more people in a cube, like a cube of space. And it went all the way out into the hallways to the point where like we were literally having to like link hands with people not to get swept away and just scattered from one another while trying to move through it. Like I was swimming through bodies. I was literally having to like move like like around as cosplayers came through because like we were pressed against each other. And at that point I knew I was not even going to try. And then the merch line stuff, there were tickets, but then there weren't tickets, and they sold out, but then there weren't, and then people waited 6 hours, but then they turned away. But then
I heard from and look, like I'll be honest, I wasn't there for some of this, right? It's stuff I heard, it's photos I saw, it's tweets, whatever. Someone told me, yeah, they said that like we'd get like free shipping coupons or something. That was the only time I heard about that. They didn't send coupons out. I mean, I came down, like we were talking about Battle Challenge, right? I came down, they're like, yeah, that's the Battle Challenge line and the merch line. And I'm gonna be honest, after doing as many fan fests as I've been lucky to go to, once I heard that, I'm like, you know what? No. I'm not even gonna deal with it. I'm not even gonna deal with it. If we're going back to shitty line management, I'm just not even dealing with it. And what was it, 2016, where it was like the 2 lines converging into one? That was my first day of FanFest. I was in line for like 7 hours to get a lore book. 7 hours. Okay.
And the thing is that those hours, the event is only 2 days. Yes. And while the actual like panels and attractions are like spread out, when you're looking at these kinds of waits, you're literally missing the things that you paid for. And like, even though there are screens and stuff up that may or may not be like viewable and you can see them, like you probably want to actually be there. And like, we ran into this problem with just about everything. Like I too was like, I'm not going to do the battle line until the next day when we found out that there was nobody there and we all rushed over and we were able to do it. But like, I didn't even play any of the mini games because I was like, there's no rewards for these as far as I know. And like the sets are really cool. And like, but I can just go around and collect the little badges and I'll, you know, maybe I liked the Gleaner quest idea. I thought that was phenomenal. The actors were amazing.
Really great.
Oh
That
my
was
God.
honestly, that was one of the best parts of the event
good.
for me, were the Gleaners.
Absolutely.
So good. Like, I wish they had been throughout like the entire convention. I wish that they had had more halls and that they had had like those quests spread out further, that there had been like multiple merch booths. So there would be like more of a staggering of areas, like as opposed to just these hubs. But like, you know, we were literally running into the problem because the convention center is just a little way away from everything. And lifts and stuff are incredibly expensive, as I have discovered now in Las Vegas. We spent more on lifts. Yeah, like we spent more on lifts than we would have just spent if we had booked a hotel right next to the convention center. And it takes you a little bit because the convention center itself is almost like a little island. And then like the city is kind of like beyond it.
Yes, there is a rail, but like it's not the easiest thing to get to. Like if it was a hotel on the strip, it'd have been way easier to deal with.
And
right?
the end of night one, good luck getting into that monorail.
Yeah. I just look, as Koji said.
Sorry,
go ahead. Finish your thought. Finish your thought.
So the big summary of all of this was that one of the biggest issues that kind of came about as well was just that the amount of time at least seemed as though it would be good to be able to eat or do things between the events. But considering that the lines themselves were running a bare minimum of 3 hours for almost like any of the major things, my partner waited in line for food for 3 hours and then paid over $100 for 6 sandwiches. Like no drinks, no French fries, no side.
And I mean, not to be fair, but like that's convention center right there. That's convention center pricing for food, right? And it sucks.
But this was the problem though, because like we literally were facing this crossroads of we just might not eat today.
They ran out of water on day 2.
It was like there was no food. A lot of the stuff at the convention center was like, and other parts of the convention center were closed. It seemed as though it hadn't been communicated that there were going to be this many people. So the food court wasn't open. That was like a part of the greater convention center. Over 3 hours in line to get food. Like it really made it so that it felt like a lot of times for you to do the things that you wanted to do to be a part of it, to get theoretically your money's worth for your badge, that you were like, well, I either eat or I make sure I can sit here for all the panels that are happening today. Or like, I either do this or I just don't do it. Or you know, and it was very nerve-wracking in that regard. Like, I'll turn it over to you because I'll have more praises for the event later.
Sure.
But like,
Oh, thank God. Genuinely, thank you for having positive things to say.
Yeah. But the lines themselves and the time crunch that it put you in, let alone the like, can you bring water in? Can't you bring water in? Can you bring snacks in? Can't you bring snacks in? Are they checking bags? Aren't they checking bags? And then just the sheer cost of very little that you're getting. It created this very awkward dilemma that for many people could have been dangerous, but in many regards, be it line like density or lack of food and proper water, it was very intense. And I was not expecting it to be quite like that, you know?
Okay, so we're going to be all over the place. There's so many things to talk about. We were talking about merch. We'll finish up merch, right? So 2016, 2 lines into 1, right? All day standing in line. This year, on the second day, I heard there were up to 4 different lines funneling in to the merch line. 4 people came in and they were like, "Hey, where's the merch line start?" And staff or security would be like, "There's no merch line." Fuck you mean there's no make a merch line? What do you mean there's no merch line? This is day 2. They already knew what day 1 was like. How did they not prep to have a merch line day 2? What?
Can we clip the "fuck you mean"? That was great. I liked
And
it.
I'll click the button for you. There we go.
Thank you.
They did delineate food lines for day 2,
They
which was
did
an
make
incredible
taped lines on the ground, which helped.
Yes, it was an incredible improvement, and food was actually accessible day 2. But they did not do that for the merch line, which was kind of wild.
Yeah. And I want to thank real quick to Aetheryte and May Adranius. I talked to a lot of people about just FanFest experience, ADA issues. So I'll drop a few names later too, because there were a lot of people sharing stories with me. And just, man, what the fuck happened, Square? Like, seriously.
This is the most fucks I've ever
heard from Fusion.
They earned them. They earned them.
They earned every one of them.
They earned every single one of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there would be, there were doors that would open and close. There was like one security guy kind of hanging out with like one of the 4 lines, but then they opened up this door and a flood of other people from somewhere else came in, and the security guys was like, "Oh, sorry, I guess." One staffer was telling people to like try and like order, like get in line a little bit more or whatever, or like manage line. They're like, "That's your job," and he's like, "No, it's not, motherfucker. You're wearing a staff shirt. What is your job if you're just sitting here and like, come on." Like the fact that we've had merch line issues before, and then it was like they fixed it. They found the perfect fix for merch, and then they took like 10,000 steps back this time. Like, what happened? What happened? I heard from multiple people telling me they overheard either security or convention center staff saying they weren't expecting this many people. What?
Yeah, that's wild.
Did they not go to the meeting? Did somebody not communicate numbers? They knew how many tickets there were. People emailed the convention center prior to FanFest just to find out how many tickets were sold. And they knew 15,000. They told them. Why do these other people working at the event not know this?
They told administration. It's very possible
Ball
that the
was
administration
dropped
is just a
multiple times.
Yeah.
Sure.
The thing is, and we should be really clear, we don't know with our outside perspective
Sure.
what went into this. We truly don't. All we know is from the experience of attending it. And there are many stories about what it was like. And, things that really were kind of chaotic or wild. And there were distinctive improvements from day 1 to day 2. But many of them weren't enough, really, to deal with the situation. And so whose fault it was, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
It could have been any mix of factors.
There are so many moving parts to a thing like this.
The definite takeaway is that, yes, there was a level of disorganization and chaos that many times over the course of the weekend really did hinder the experience. And I know, as well, as somebody who is attending with a partner who truly needs quiet spaces because of severe social anxiety or other, possible factors. Even the Pushing Quiet Room, it wasn't actually maintained. So people were just using it as a hangout space. And like my partner several times went there while they were having like a sensory meltdown, essentially. And only to find that like it was overflowing with people who were talking at full volume and acting as though it were just another extension of the convention space. So like all of this to say, like there needed to be more organization, there needed to be more accommodations and more anticipation for the large number of people. It was, it was amazing seeing everybody, but there were many factors that really did make it baffling while you were there to try and engage with the event.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny. Registration, the doors to the quiet room are actually unlocked. So we were just kind of hanging out. No one else was in there. We probably weren't supposed to be in there, but they were open. So whatever. We were just sitting and chatting. I never went while the event was actually open. I didn't need to.
Yeah, same.
Right. But I actually heard that there was an incident in the quiet room where a staff member escalated a verbal conversation and caused an attendee to have a reaction. What? Why do you have staffers yelling at people in the quiet room? Again, I was not there. I don't know all the details of what happened, but like, what? Like, I was, full disclosure, I was amazed when they had a quiet room. I'm like, that's awesome. Like, that's so cool that they're doing that. But to like,
a big room too.
It was huge. It was huge. But then to like not maintain it and then have staff members yelling at people in there. Okay, that's a huge failure.
There's a reason that at many other convention center events with quiet rooms, they are oftentimes manned and run by mental health licensed, like, like
right.
groups or mental health organizations, which would have been an extra step, I think, that Square Enix could do, as well as on a larger scale planning. Like, they oftentimes, it seems, are very internal with their own specific team, which makes sense. But in regards to coordinating large scale efforts like this, you do need to bring in a lot of consultants.
Yeah.
You need to bring in a lot of consultants. And I don't know if we want to get into the ADA stuff now. I don't know if you want me to do a palate cleanser good topic. But I mean, ADA is one example.
It's hard. I mean,
Yes.
because it could kind of get sprinkled into a lot of this. Because I mean, it's ADA attendees were doing the same stuff that everybody else was trying to do, right? But having issues with it. I mean, one thing I have right again this like gigantic listing of all my thoughts on it. The heat, right? That was big numero uno. Everybody. As soon as they're like, and we're going to Las Vegas in July, we're like, but why? And this was before we knew that it would be like record-breaking 114-degree heat waves outside, right? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that July is Vegas's hottest month. Why would you do that? Lines were outside? Why? There's like... And then there's the whole water bottle thing, right? They had to like update their FAQ on the site. It's like, oh yeah, you can bring in bottles, but they have to be empty. You know where the one water bottle fill station was that I did find? Right in front of security. And
that's actually such a good point.
They never told attendees where they were.
They weren't marked.
Yep.
They weren't indicated.
No.
There weren't like signs. I only found them because I literally just started asking anyone I saw.
The press
Have
and
you seen
ADA
a
line
water
to get in
bottle
through
filler?
security went right by it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen one the entire weekend.
Well, there was one in the convention hall, but nobody knew about it because it was tucked behind one of the booth setups. It was tucked behind Pandemonium.
Mm-hmm.
And the line for that water station went right in front of the photo op of the old Charlian wall.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I only found out about it because of other people.
Oh my God.
But, like, because the venue map and stuff wasn't working, and they didn't have, like, things, as far as I know, like that marked on it. It was also painful.
Yeah, once I finally got home and was able to load the map, I'm like, I wonder what kind of, like, useful information this will have, right? And it's like, food stalls, which you could just see by, like, anywhere in the hall. You could be like, those are the food stalls. That's the Pandemonium. Like it was just that stuff. It's not like water bottle fill stations. Like it's just, especially when you're dealing with that amount of heat. One of the ADA stories that was shared with me is there was a group, I think it was registration night, just going from the convention center to the monorail, which is like going across like a medium to large size parking lot. They ran into issues just trying to get to the monorail. And to then like have people wait outside in that line. Some people did it to themselves. I heard people were lined up as early as 5 a.m.
I heard people slept outside the convention center.
I didn't see that, but that makes sense.
You can only control other people so much, but they needed to get in front of that and be like, look, here's when the doors open. Do not get in line. Like it's because people are excited. I get it. It's FanFest, but like guys,
it hit money to get there.
It was like 100. It hit like 114 degrees that like multiple afternoons while I was out there. Like
really get cooler at night either.
It does.
So like the best way I can describe how hot it was, like when it's warm and every so often you get that like breeze and you're just like, these breezes were warm. There was no cold breeze. It was disgusting. It was terrible.
It's the third time I've been to Vegas in July. Don't at me. I know it's dumb. I get it. So I was a little bit more prepared.
Sure.
But also because you're not going in and out of casinos like on the strip, it's way worse. And it's just blacktop right outside of there. Mm-hmm. When you're waiting when you're waiting for stuff, you're in the sun.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't even help yourself because you have to be in the spaces that are not safe for you to be in. So,
Yeah. I mean, and it's rough, right? Because you have this growing player base. You need to find places that can accommodate so many people. I mean, you need a line management plan. Like the fact that people showed up day two when they'd already done day one, and they're like, yeah, we don't know what's going on with the line. Why not? Like, didn't you have a meeting after day one? It's like, yo, guys, we should like really figure out this line stuff. How did this happen day two?
Yeah. It also
and-
didn't feel great because, like, with the merch line and stuff, right? This year for FanFest as well, they cut back on the rewards for players for attending.
Very much so.
Just overall, just
So-
for participating in events, for stuff you got, we got very little in comparison.
Typically,
Yeah.
an in-person fan fest, right? You will get like a mount and a minion, right? The mount is the same across all three regional fan
Outfit.
fest. The minion is different. The first
They did
two.
outfit.
We always get
First
outfits.
two? Did three have? I've had
We
it,
had the-
but
yeah.
yeah. So there's an expectation, right? Of like, oh, this is what we'll get. So like, was it a week before FanFest? Mog Station updates. It's like, hey, here's some like FanFest related stuff, and the descriptions for these items on the item pages were like was available as part of FanFest, whatever. No, they fucking weren't. You charged us more for a ticket and gave us less for it, and gave us less at the actual venue. I remember like the first couple of FanFests, like you could go around, each individual station had its own little physical reward. Like I think first one, it was like posters. Yep. I remember, I think it was like 2018, like you would get like a little Cactpot card or something. You could win little like Taito figure prizes, which was really cool. We didn't get any of that this year, and they charged us more for it.
There was no Battle Challenge t-shirt. There was no included digital item bundle. The rewards for the mini games, you could collect stuff and then take it to a booth, which had a massive, massive line that wasn't ADA friendly. And
it was, but you had to ask. That's the other.
Yeah,
We'll get into it.
There were apparently delineated ADA lines, but none of the booths or people talked about it or shared with anyone. So that was a whole thing.
No.
But you got what? Like a poster, a small poster.
You got a poster and a choice of one of 3 stickers.
That was not a choice.
Yeah, they just gave it
They
to
said,
you.
here's your sticker.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And
We got to pick.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't go until
probably.
day 2, which is another
Okay.
thing.
So,
second day, they just
day
didn't
2
even
is
check you.
different. So day 1, they had all these events, right? They had, which looked cool. Okay, emphasis on looked
Oh my
cool.
gosh, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you go in, there's like
just break it up for a second.
yeah.
Looking around in this venue was amazing.
Yes.
They recreated a bunch of the scenes from the game. Like they had the gates from Pandemonium. They had a big ass wall with the carbuncle just painted across it. They had Scholar's Harbor from Charlian. They had actually like a tea sitting room from Razit Han. What else did they have?
It was
There was a lot of really
they had
cool
the
stuff.
they had the dance floor from Mare.
Yeah.
Yes, they had the whole rave center, and there was a
Yeah.
DJ booth, and like Soken like
The
DJ'd it
sets,
throughout.
like you guys have heard us be kind of bummy about what's happened so far, but being in the room and looking at these sets was amazing.
It looked really cool. I mean, this was something. So like before, they didn't have an Aetheryte,
That's
which
what
is
they
kind of
spent the
funny
money
in
on.
retrospect.
Yeah.
But like the first FanFest they did in Shanghai, I think it was for China, they did a lot of like really cool set pieces, and we're like, oh, like give us that, like that's super cool. And then they did that this time, which is awesome.
They were gorgeous. And they had like those Gleaner quests and things tied into various parts too. One of the ones I thought was so funny was that like one of them was telling you like there's something fishy going on, and it was like all these fish puns and things because there was suspicious activity in a fish barrel. So like in part of the convention center there's just this barrel and this huge line coming off of it as people walk up to it to like peer into it. It's like the most unassuming thing, but was just so funny. And then you had like the Charlian stuff, the big library wall, the like magical enchanted books. There was that one game that was like a runner off to the side. I don't remember what it was.
Island Sanctuary.
Was it the Island Sanctuary? Yeah.
Island Sanctuary.
So we started to stand in line for it. And we came to the realization that in total it'd probably be like an hour and a half. And there's no way that's happening. My wife has a bad leg, right? She's not standing in a line for an hour and a half.
Sure.
And it was like, it looked like there were like 2 parts to that Island Sanctuary bit. The one that we were in, it was like, it looked like, I don't know, throwing beanbags and buckets on the wall. Like, and what do you get for it? Maybe a
Same thing as
barcode
everything
to
else.
scan. Like,
Yeah.
And I threw a little flack for this before too, like earning digital badges. No.
I don't mind
that
the
is
digital
hard.
badge
I don't
idea
mind them, but as
if
a
you can
replacement,
redeem it.
for physical goods, no, absolutely not.
I
And
really wish that they had done something where if you collected all the badges and you completed the quests, then you unlocked the digital reward bundle. Like,
yes,
I would have been fine with
Yeah.
that. I would have
Yeah.
done that. Are you
100%.
kidding me?
Then you don't need a redemption line.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Yeah,
problem with the
exactly.
redemption line, and I'm not going to apologize, it went forward and back across the hall. And then on day 2, you didn't even need to like show them the proof that you did the quest. They were just handing the shit out because they're not going to
Yep.
use it after the event. So it's like like all this stuff happened day 1 with like the battle challenge line and the redemption line, and then day 2, they're just like, yeah, whatever, just like go through, or
Just
like nobody or
take it,
people
go.
gave up. Like it's just
It makes me sad because, like, all the badges are really cool to look at. Like, yeah, it's just a digital badge. I'll forget it in a heartbeat. But, like,
Yeah.
I didn't even get to scan the little thing at the end. It was like, you did the quest. Good job. Oh, what's the badge look like? It's not completed. They just handed me a poster and handed me a sticker. You didn't get to pick. And they were like, get out. The person who was handing out posters when I went through, I think they were trying to be funny, but they were kind of rude.
Oh, no.
There you
I
go. There you go. I hope you enjoy. Please leave. Like adding stuff like that. And it's just kind of like, you don't need to do that. Just hand the poster and leave.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
A friend of mine who went through the line did not get the sticker he wanted, and he was sad about it because we didn't get to pick. They just handed us a poster and a sticker, whatever they have in their hand, and you left. So I went through the line again. They weren't checking.
Yeah.
No, I just went through again, and I got him the sticker he wanted.
Yeah, so I mean the way it worked, and I think we'll just
But that's not a good way to handle it because
No.
people could just go through again.
Yep.
correct. Yeah, and so you know we touched on this earlier. So ADA attendees, right, are it's not easy for them to stand in lines for a long time, right? Is
Mhm.
I don't want to say like a blanket statement, but like everybody has their own needs, right? And so for us with me and my wife, I ended up going to the side of the redemption table. I just kind of snuck over to the side. I'm like, hey, like, you know, my wife, she's got her cane and stuff. There's no way we're going to be able to wait in this line. Like, is there something we can do? He's like, yeah, just bring her over and we'll take care of it. Easy, done. Not a problem.
Yeah.
Now, the problem was that for all I knew, this guy was just being nice and didn't want to have to deal with any potential backlash. Nobody ever said, hey, by the way, ADA attendees, you could just go to the front of the line. Nobody knew.
Well, and there was
Yeah.
no sign. There wasn't like
there
a
was no
ADA
signs?
line sign.
No.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
No, there should have been. So between stage presentations, you also had the opening ceremonies where you needed to highlight this, by the way, Square.
You cut out.
You cut out again.
Okay. I mean, just I'll eat the mic. So like they have the opening ceremonies. They have these slides that play on all the screens during the event. You need to be like, all right, here's the map of the place. Here's the bathrooms. Here's the water bottle things. Here's ADA guidelines. Here's helpful information. Like I know you got to plug sponsors and stuff, but like you need to communicate so much more. And it's not even like better. It's at all. Like it's the and like so like this experience that we had with this person at the redemption counter was like the best ADA experience that I had. That's not to say that other people didn't have good experiences. There's a lot of people that had a lot of bad experiences as well. But like just the fact that like nobody like told us that we could do that, like
It was a mess. The
it's a
ADA
mess.
stuff was a mess.
I
It wasn't communicated well.
honestly,
It was-
I think they made it up as they went along. If I'm being honest, like I think this, and again, right, this is the first time that my wife has chosen to go like as ADA. I don't know if they've had like a strictly like ADA pass or rough game plan before. But there were some standouts with it, but largely it was terrible.
There was also, I mean, one big thing when we talk about ADA that, I mean, has to be mentioned. There were a lot of things. There were so many.
and I will absolutely go over more details because they need to be
issues
shared.
issues with the lines, issues with the communication of access resources and accessibility options. One of the big ones as well is the fact that because it's all held in the same giant hall, which yes, like Zanidra said, looked amazing. Like walking around the hall, gorgeous. It was like everything I had dreamed about FanFest had come to life. seeing all this stuff, seeing all these people, so beautiful, all the set pieces, so much excitement from everyone. But the logistical stuff distracted from that, which is just really unfortunate. And like one of the big things was the fact that because it's all in one big hall, everything, the food, the battle challenge, the merch line, and they had it kind of divided up, and it was a massive space.
Like,
don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But this creates a problem where you can't always control the in and out flow of delineated areas. So, for example, the main stage, and the fact that the concerts are held on the main stage. And when it came to ADA attendees or to any of these events, the sections that had been originally delineated for ADA or for media, just over the course of the convention, nobody was maintaining or like making sure those were staying open. So like people were just taking all the seats, people were just sitting, and where the ADA were able to sit, then when they were shifting the venue to like the Primals concert, right? There was a whole serious safety issue with that because everybody, of course, the lines, the crowds are massive. Everybody was waiting in the audience with seats for up to 4 hours before the actual Primals concert. Many people, myself included, staked out seats. Anything we could get our grubby hands on, and we just parked it there and we stayed there. But they had not communicated to anyone that there would be a turnover of venue. And they removed the entire first
They did
segment.
say they were going to remove seats. The problem was they did not have a plan for where those ADA seats were going to move to.
Well, they said they were going to move them, but like right before the concert, like in the hours leading up to the concert.
I am fairly sure it was mentioned previously elsewhere.
Okay, I had only heard.
Okay, and that's fine. That's your experience, which again needed to be communicated more.
It wasn't something that when you looked at the schedule, it said on there, the audience will be reconfigured. It wasn't something where they preemptively in the, huge amounts of times before, started saying, in 30 minutes, this section will be removed,
I feel like I read it somewhere and I don't remember where I read it, but
I didn't see it anywhere. So that was just my experience.
It needed to be communicated better. Yeah, absolutely.
I was talking to people that whole day, asking them, do you know that this, like, are they going to be removing stuff? Are they going to be clearing the space? Is this going to be a thing? Nobody had any ideas. So we picked some seats in the front section, which unfortunately was also where the ADA section was. Not like we weren't in the ADA section, but that front portion of the audience is also where they had the ADA section. So then they remove all these seats, but they tell everybody to get up all at the same time. They don't stagger it. They don't ensure that they have a set aside ADA section that's going to be the new thing and make sure that they get moved and seated first and then everybody else. So hundreds of people all suddenly get up. The employees are yelling at everybody. We're all like trying to shuffle back, but because people have been like gathering for the event for hours, it's a wall of people behind you, like trying to figure out if there's any other seats or any other place that we can go. The ADA folks got seated in an area that was not a safe space for them. And the actual like live dance pit in front of the stage was right up against them. Again, no segmented off area to ensure that people didn't spill out over. Many people and ADA attendees had to leave because like people were like raving on top of them. Like it was such a mess. And I ended up in the very, very, very back of the hall, even though we had like preemptively moved. But when you don't have like a separate concert space where you can clear, assemble, get people in waves, it creates this constant flow where these things happen, as opposed to being like, you can start queuing at X time, sure, and ADA attendees will have their own line and be seated first, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Sorry, that's a really long ramble, but
it's fine, and I'm going to add on to it, so.
That was really a problem, and both of the concerts I want to talk about after when we finish the ADA. I do want to talk about how wonderful they were, because I did love them.
Yeah, they were great, but...
the Primals concert definitely did not feel good while we were like navigating it and getting yelled at by staff and had to go stand in the very, very back. And I was watching people like be totally overwhelmed, and it was really unfortunate, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, right? Because there's 15,000 people. Even during the keynote, there are thousands of people sitting on the floor behind all the seats because there's not enough chairs. other than like putting it in an actual theater and giving everybody an assigned seat, then that's how many tickets you sell. I don't know what the solution is, but to see that many people on the floor is insane.
I feel like, I feel bad coming back in and being like, I had a good time.
I'm glad you had a good time. I am
I-
genuinely pleased that
think-
people enjoyed their experience.
I think we showed up maybe 30 minutes before the Primal concert started. And we just walked right in, had to go through security again, no problems there. Walked up to the front because somebody told us that there was open like standing room up in the front, and there was room when we got up there, and I can stand for an hour. I still got legs that work, so I was like, I'll leave the seats to the people who need them.
Yeah.
And I mean, there was a weird like valley of short people right in front of me, so I could even see the stage.
Yeah.
So I had a good time with the concert. I was able to go and not wait in line and see it and dance around like idiot and all kinds of good stuff.
So my POV, and again, there's a lot of people that shared their experiences with me, and there was stuff sprinkled out, but there was definitely, I think, one of the bigger issues was this concert. So what had happened is they cleared the first row of chairs out first to make standing room for the concert. When they did this, they had not pre-established ADA seating. I've heard that there were several ADA attendees that refused to move, which is, yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to make me move, where do I sit then? I get it. But then what happened is they then reserved the front 2 rows of chairs for ADA after they had already told people to move back. Okay. So you have these people that already had to move, right? And then they're like, oh, also you need to move again.
Yeah.
So I was all the way on the right side. They were like, hey, these can be ADA. You can sit here. Awesome. And then I experienced the wildest thing that I think I saw at this convention. And look, like, Koji's up on stage. You guys are the best fucking community. The people I'm about to talk about are not included in that. You are the shit stain of the community. And I hope you never go to a fan fest again. These people, these 2 rows that were now the new ADA seats, I saw people literally come and take the chairs out of that first row and move them to the side and sit in them. They took chairs reserved for ADA people. I also have heard stories about people. So there's like there's like a little like slip that goes on the back of the chair for ADA. I have heard people took those off and sat on them to hide them. Fuck you people. Like genuinely, sincerely. We had one staffer actually come back over and yell at them. I couldn't hear it because the sound in that hall was all over the place. He was like, which is it's wild because like they got him to put the chairs back, right? A couple people sat in them. He's like, no, these are ADA. And so I'm like, awesome, a staffer that's like trying to be on top of things in this crazy venue. Meanwhile, one of the people that I talked to on Twitter, they're on the other side of the hall. Apparently, this staffer that helped get those chairs set up is like the most hated person on the other side, to the point where, like, by the way, we found his LinkedIn page.
Oh my goodness.
So like you got this one dude who's like helping over here, and then he's like, well, it's like, what the fuck?
It's gross.
It's insane.
But this is the problem for both employees and attendees. Like, if they don't have the proper reinforcements in place, if they don't have staff and other people that across the board are unified in their enforcement of seating areas, delineation of space, lines, etc., people will just behave however impulsively.
Yeah.
And it is and isn't everyone's fault. I mean, it is, don't do that. That's ridiculous.
Don't
and
do
absolutely
it.
gross.
Yeah.
But it's also the responsibility of event venues and coordinators to ensure that these things, when dealing with large mass crowds and crowd pack mentality, that they have things in place to keep a sense of organization amidst the chaos, you know?
Yeah. I firmly believe that this event was too big for Square Enix to handle in the way that
You
they've
cut out a
handled.
bunch.
Am I good? Am I good?
Too big for Square
We
Enix
good?
is what
Too
I
big
got.
for Square to
Yeah, I
handle.
genuinely
Yeah.
believe that the event has gotten too big for them to handle in the way that they've handled
Sure.
previous events. They need to hire better third parties. They need to spend more money because, and again, right, I'm sitting there in the ADA section with my wife, and they're filling out like the standing room, and they're doing their best to make a path right between. Right, already we can't see the stage because there's just so many people, which sucked. Like it was like I could kind of hear the concert, the audio in the venue sucked, I think. But like they're making pathways, and then over the intercom, can we have everybody standing? Take one big step back, and we're all just sitting there like, are you serious right now? Like. There's no communication between all these different people trying to manage this stuff. And I think, the fact that they even started the whole process without having ADA seating ready, they just forgot about ADA. And these people
it's
are
important
all,
to note,
yeah.
Just to say, for those who weren't there, when they said take one step back, this was the standing crowd standing in front of the seated section.
Yeah.
And because they had relocated ADA to the front rows, and they were trying to keep space so that like people didn't have standing people literally dancing, raving, falling into their laps, right? So they tried to make an alley. That's what Fusion was talking about. And then when they said take a step back, whoever was over the intercom, what that meant was that the mosh pit essentially
that room that they worked so hard to try and like make was
steps
gone.
directly back into the laps of the people sitting in the front row of the
To begin
seated
with,
section.
too, everybody up in the front, they'd basically been pressing us forward the whole time.
Yeah.
So like we were already pressed in really tight up in the front, and they're like,
Yeah.
you need to step back.
There were and again, right on my side, they were close. I don't think there was any real threat of like a crowd crunch situation. But people on the other side of the hall felt there 100% was, and some people actually left. They left before the concert because of Square Enix's terrible management. And it's just like it's insane. Like I've heard stories about, like I was crying reading some of these ADA statements. Like after I got back, there was a constant like felt looked down upon. I think even in chat we had somebody here say that like somebody said that they didn't look like they were disabled. Like it's just like what the fuck? Like you couldn't get wheelchairs in the bathrooms in the hall.
And they had no game plan, it seemed like, to redirect, wheelchair bound attendees to bathrooms that would work for them.
Yeah, day two, the people that were taking care of ADA attendees the most were other ADA attendees. Like it's ridiculous. Like we talked about how crazy the merch line was. Well, people started finding out, oh, like there might be like an ADA way for like merch line or something. And they were I didn't do merch line, but they were giving out like tickets, right, to go back into the merch line like the second day or to come back later or something because of how many people there were.
Yeah.
ADA attendees day two were specifically told they would get tickets. And then in the app, like day two, they're like, oh, by the way, like ADA attendees need to like do this like everybody else now. And they're not like going to be included in this. Like they were told they would be. Like it's just like it's like that same idea of like I'd be like, oh yeah, no, we'll give you guys like free shipping, or like nobody had authority to do anything. Nobody was in charge of anything. And like it's heartbreaking to see this kind of stuff. I heard staff were like actively like petting or calling out to service animals. You don't do that with service animals.
No.
So like security and staff weren't trained in dealing with ADA.
Again, consultants. They need consultants.
Yeah.
They need an ADA specific large event consultant. They need staff and groups delineated for these things. I mean, we could share 1,000 stories. I would encourage everybody, like, go look online for the stories that are being shared. Of course, we ourselves, right, we're here on our podcast, we're just talking about things, we're sharing things we heard or we experienced, so we don't have hard footage in front of us or things like that, but there are many photos, there are many videos, there are many things documenting what happened, right? And it's incredibly important because the thing is here that, at least in the United States, for those who might be international listeners, ADA carry hefty fines for violations of these kinds of things at events. So, you know, there are many complaints that have been submitted, rightfully so. If you yourself are affected by it, please submit a complaint. There are people to also connect with and to share about this, because I mean, I think we should probably turn to some of the other things that were like highlights for us, but we wanted to make sure that we talked about all of these issues just as much as we talked about anything else that was exciting about FanFest, because as we always say, like, you can't just, you know, hype everything up without giving, like, and this was a really serious problem. And for many, this was something, be the ADA attendees, in which there were real serious concerns and safety issues and all kinds of things, and awful treatment, or even just regular attendees who were dealing with a venue that encouraged chaos, crunch, bad behavior in certain ways. Like, you know, because there was lack of regulation and, you know, it seemed like lack of a coordinated understanding of the staff. It is important to talk about, and it was important that we talk about it today. So, I mean, I'm glad that we were able to. I personally would say probably we should, you know, move as well to some of the really good things with the event, just to give a more balanced perspective. But if everybody,
I have
on that same page, you know.
I do have there are something else I want to talk about too. Before,
just really quick,
yeah,
just to slip it in after what Rick was saying about you know, submit if you had issues.
Yeah.
If you're holding back because you're afraid of negatively affecting Square Enix,
right?
What's really going to happen here is you're going to help the people who run the convention center actually get their shit together. Because while Square Enix is slightly at fault, they hired a company to run something for them, and the company did a bad job.
Yeah.
That company needs to be corrected.
Yeah, there's faults
you
on
can't fix it.
all accounts. Yeah.
You can't fix it if you don't talk about it, at least a little bit.
But I mean, you know, in terms of, you know, I will say, like, talking about, again, like the person that helped get the chairs back, but then the other side hated. They're a Square Enix employee. They're not a Vegas Convention Center employee. Right. I remember interacting with them during the great 2-in-1 merch line debacle. So it's definitely not just, it's all parties are at fault. But even before FanFest, this was something I wanted to make sure we talked about too. There was a day where there was an email to support that got shared on social media that said that attendees couldn't bring would not be allowing canes, fold out chairs, or scooters as a safety precaution. That was our first red light. Like, the fact that as a company you have a statement in whatever kind of like support database you're using to answer questions that says, oh, also, like, we go against like ADA guidelines that aren't enforceable. Like, the fact that, like, no, you can't bring canes. The fuck you mean I can't bring a cane? like that's outrageous. And the fact that was out there, I actually talked to somebody that I know, I'm not going to name them, but they're like, yeah, I saw that email and I decided not to bring my cane because of it.
Yeah, and even though they later then did a different statement, again, because none of this
it was never made public. It was all through support emails. Square Enix never admitted that they fucked up, and they didn't correct it on a large scale, and they should have.
They didn't announce, and they should have said exactly, publicly, in the apps and everything, you know?
Yes. Yeah. And it's just like, I get it, right? You're a company. You don't be like, yeah, so we messed up, but like, massively, like, this time, like, if you don't try and nip some of this stuff in the bud, like, as it happens, that is going to blow up on you. And so, I mean, this is, again, like, there's a lot of different accounts out there, and I want to thank everybody that did send me DMs on Twitter for sharing, you know, your experiences. And I'm so sorry that people had to deal with this. Like, it's bullshit. Like, that, none of that should have happened. None of it. And like, I don't want to like see Square Enix like burn to the ground or anything, but I absolutely want them to be held accountable for this, and they need to improve this for future events. Like there are people that left early because they didn't feel safe. They felt discriminated against by staff. And the people hearing about this are like, well, I'm not going to one of these events in the future. You did so badly. Like,
yes.
Yeah.
And I think one very final thing before we move on to the positives. One thing I would like to say as well is that this year there was a big experiment with trying, I think, to combat scalping of tickets. With the things like, non-transferable badges, having to be there, having the stuff on the app where you had to be on the premises to reserve a battle challenge, all of these kinds of things that shoehorned attendees into this. And I mean, obviously, several of our team were knocked out by COVID following this event. And it's something that we live in an age now where it's just a consideration. 15,000 people in one place. Yes, this is just a blanket statement that this is now something we deal with in our world moving forward, right?
Yeah.
So it's not as though people didn't expect to get ill, but I do truly believe that this pressure of not being able to even recoup your money for selling your ticket to a friend or transferring it to someone else, or if somebody was coming with you and you weren't feeling great, but you were the one that had to redeem the ticket, or if, you're like, oh, I really, really want to be at the keynote and I really want to get the battle challenge reserve, but I can't do it. I have to be there. Like all of those things, the no mask mandates, although many places have moved, out of that at this point, all of these things contributed to an environment where the spreading of something like this was there was so much more pressure on people to push themselves to attend. And I mean, of course, there are even ways I think now looking back, I'm like, I wish I had done X, Y, or Z. I wish I'd handled X this way or this way. Like, but I mean, it is something where we all are in those positions where when you have non-refundable hotels, you have non-transferable badges. This is an event you've been looking forward to that's been delayed for years. Many people, I have no doubt, took really unwise risks and did put people at risk because of the pressure. And some of that is also something that I hope that they listen to in future feedback, because while I get what they're trying to do, and none of us like scalpers, at the same time, like if I can't go, I want to make sure somebody I know can attend, like
absolutely.
I want to make sure that somebody else can have this incredible experience. And also it's a lot of money. So
and we got less this year. Like it's
like even just being able to refund, but many of the hotels won't even give you refunds, depending on where you have booked at. There's a lot of circumstances. That was the last thing I wanted to mention in this category before we move on.
On that vein too, before we move on, as somebody that did get COVID, right? Prior to FanFest, when it was first announced, right? This was like March, right? So this was a while ago. I was like, so mandatory masks? I got attacked on Twitter for it. And now all these people are testing positive for COVID. The messaging on the site was like, obviously blah, 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 local regulations. We encourage masks. They never said that once at the event. And the vague, broad messaging of that event was, hey, the pandemic's over. Yay. And then like half your attendees get fucking the COVID or flu. So while, yes, that is on attendees, right, to a point, I think it was irresponsible of Square Enix to not address that or address it in the way that they did.
All right. I think now.
Gotta shake it out.
I know, gotta shake it out. We gotta shake it out. And everybody else too, I encourage you to do this too. Because there were a lot of big problems. And like we said, we didn't want to necessarily just gloss over those. But I do want to take a second to talk about FanFest in a positive light. Because this, more than a second, let's take a good amount of time. Let's try and make sure we provide some balance here. Because I have wanted to go to a FanFest.
Yeah.
Since I started playing this game in Heavensward, I have dreamed of going to a FanFest. We talked about it in our FanFest episode, and the year that all of us as a group even had like rooms in a block together. I was so excited. That was, of course, the pandemic. Rightfully so. I had to cancel the event.
Yeah.
So I have been waiting to go to one of these dumb things for so long, and while there were many, 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 many issues, there was also so much magic. Like, there really was so much magic. And I can see why people fall in love with this event. I can see why so many of us love the developers. Because when you are there, and they're there, and you're looking at their face in person, and you're surrounded by all of these amazing folks, creative people. Like, I can't believe our player base. They are incredible. From fellow content creators I got to meet, to cosplayers, to people I know who roleplay, and I'm like, nobody else will probably ever realize what an unbelievable writer you are, but you are, and you put that talent in Final Fantasy XIV RP. Like, to just people like bringing me stickers, or I got a knitted dice bag. It was so sweet. Like,
Oh my
all
gosh.
of these, just
The
wonderful.
stickers. The sticker thing was really, really cute. So many people put their stickers on the wall, which we haven't mentioned before. There's always a wall where you can sign your name and like see other people who've signed their names and whatnot. I wanted to say that the most organized line at the entire thing was the line in front of the wall to sign your name. At least when I was going through, people would get the marker and sign their little name and turn around and yell "purple" if you had the purple marker, and then you'd be like, "I want purple," and they get through the crowd and hand it to you, and then it was your turn.
My
And
favorite
it was just really cute.
part about that board this year, it was like the smallest board they've ever had, but it was the most populated fan fest they've ever had. Like,
Those names are smashed together.
ridiculous. I didn't even
and
sign
there's
it.
some stickers over names too. Let's not gloss over that.
My,
it's like, I'll just put this on top of your name.
On a similar note too, in years past, we've had a wonderful little arrangement that has shown up at the bottom of the signboard.
Shrine.
For those that may or may not know, this was the Harshafant Shrine. There was not one this year, probably because of bringing stuff into the venue. However, and again, some of you non-chair stealing people, I love you. You're amazing people.
Yeah.
But to not have a Harshafant Shrine this year, and then to make a Xenos one?
I knew it was going to come up.
We did have a shrine. It's just not one that Fusion wants to back. I mean,
I need you to turn my picture upside down so it looks like I'm frowning.
I did think the wall was cute. Like, seeing everybody leave a little piece of themselves. Even seeing, because of the crunch with all the space and things, where people had started almost interacting with each other's signatures and things. It was very cute and very funny. I was able to find a spot. And the little photo op that they had next to that with the like golden, like 10th anniversary, golden warrior of light, paladin kind of thing. It was also fun to see people like getting up over there and posing and showing off their thing or getting up with friends. And I think like those moments are so beautiful at the event. The amount of times that I heard somebody say like, "Oh my gosh, it's you! We've known each other for 10 years. This is the first time we've met." Or like people just running up and like embracing one another and like, it's just so beautiful. We saw an engagement happen on the Loppert dance floor, which was amazing. All of those little like moments, so special.
It was really fun. Yeah, just when, especially like if you knew who so and so A was and so B was, but so and so A and so B didn't know who each other was, and that moment where they learned you're so and so, scream. It was really cute.
Yes. And it was so great just seeing all of you around and like running into everyone or messaging or like, what are you doing? Where are you at? Like, even if we weren't all together at every second, it still felt in this way like we were all on this same journey, and it was just like unbelievably wonderful. Even just like getting to talk with everyone, catch up where we could, seeing people online with like, social media posts, also responding, also talking, sharing their thoughts. It felt like I was a T, I was Rook T, And I was just steeping in the water of FanFest. And I was so fully immersed that like every part of my being was Final Fantasy XIV FanFest. And that was like such an incredible feeling after being a part of this community in so many other ways for so long. Just like, oh, so lovely. And if I got to meet any of you at FanFest, it was so nice to meet you. But like, oh, it was just wonderful to be a part of that, honestly.
I was so confused for a minute when you said you were T. I'm like the letter T, and then you like you do this like you're doing a T pose. I'm like, she really thought she was the letter T. What the steep? Oh, like the beverage.
Yeah,
okay.
All the sun.
Sinking into the teacup.
I was like,
Little
what?
armies holding up on the edge.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to ask all of you, what was your favorite panel or event of the weekend? Because those were really good. There were some really amazing ones.
Lore panel, hands down. Kate killed it. Like that's all that it's like is awesome. Go watch it if you haven't seen it already. I think there's definitely, Koji's been working on 16. There's definitely a passing of the baton vibe kind of happening there. And she did the keynote, she did the lore panel. She's killing it. She's awesome. She's like, if somebody has to step in to fill the Koji shoes, as it were, she's perfect. She's perfect for it.
Now, when is she going to sing a song or rap a song? We got to get that happening. That has to happen. Favorite event is definitely PvP, especially once Yoshi-P was like, "Don't bother me, please. I'm going to watch this."
seeing so many people who probably normally don't give a crap about PvP just get really hyped was really fun.
Yeah, that was cool.
It was
Also,
so good.
We were a little bit extra hyped because Bear Kittens was like majority Balmung, and we're like, yeah, Balmung.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the thing too,
right.
At some point, it turns into like a data center versus data center thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And everybody can get behind that.
Everybody get a sass Balmung, get a sass Crystal DC about our players. Who was up there final two?
Yeah.
This is so funny. So during the PvP, I forget, I leaned over to a couple people, and I swear to God, I thought Brian Ricardo was wearing a Squapes necklace. I ran into him at my hotel the day after. I was like, dude, I loved that Squapes necklace. He's like, what? It was just like an amethyst, but it looked like Squapes.
You're just too far away.
Oh my gosh. It was so fun seeing Brian and Frosty up there. We'd been messaging them and like, oh, we're so nervous. I like walked up to the stage before and like caught their eye while they were doing mic check, and I was just like, yes, do it, yes, go. And like to actually get to see, especially people that I've cast so much stuff besides or like known so long, like just rocking it. And then to also just be part of the crowd for that, because so many people, like you were saying, I think were not at all convinced that they were going to have fun with this. And I knew many people who sat down and they were like, yeah, we're not really going to stay for the PvP, but like we're going to watch a little bit. And then they stayed for the entire thing. And at the end, like even people around me who were like, I don't know anything about PvP. Like I explained the basics. We were all watching. And as we went through, they were just like, wait, but that means that so-and-so, they're going to do a push because of that, this and this. And like, they already used that limit break. And I was like, yes.
Can I just say, I sat next to Rook for the PvP tournament. Every time I would look over, she was like leaning over and like explaining like what was okay. So then they're gonna take this and they're gonna go over here and they're gonna like it was just.
You're whisper casting.
You can tell she's casted this before. She's like, okay, and then they're gonna go over there.
Look, I love it. I love PvP because it is in its own way, especially like watching, even if you don't play it. It is a story. It's a struggle. It's a back and forth. And when you start actually like, I care not at all for sports, but I like video game sports. So I really enjoy things like PvP, or if it's like in a setting or a world that I like and stuff, because you literally watch as the struggle unfolds live before you. And it's more dynamic and it's more interesting than you would ever give it credit for. And like, that's part of what's so fun about casting it, because that narrative, you get to give voice to it. And so for folks who are just starting to like learn how to identify it for themselves, you get to say those exact things where you're just, like this person, this player, this, and that's going off and but they're holding back. And then And it's so fun because there is a story there. And if you give it a second and you like let yourself engage with it, before you know, you're going to be in the crowd yelling just as much as any of us. It's so much fun. Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed. I had a lot of fun with that.
Yeah.
Zen, did you get to say your favorite?
No. I still haven't seen the lure panel yet. I want to. But I've been so busy and or dead. I actually really appreciated the little the quiz panel that the
reminiscing or like a retrospective of Eorzea.
Yeah,
there was a bunch of memes and
the panel that Aya and Danielle did. I loved that panel.
Yeah.
I was up in the media room, so they have like a TV with the stage stuff. So I was kind of like passively watching it as I was like scrambling to post the keynote. But there was definitely this moment where I'm working on stuff, and they did like a which came first, and they would two things.
I really like that.
And there was a part where they had Skybear, and I'm just there. Like there's a bunch of people like on their laptops, and I'm just like, yeah, Skybear, and I'm like, nope, like it's Skybear, like yeah, that was really cool.
That was a neat panel, and it was happening during the point in the day where I was like, I'm gonna do a bunch of these stupid little mini games. So I was in line, but I was entertained. So I appreciate that as well.
I need to go back. I think it was the dev panel that I hadn't seen. So another one of their issues, right? So there's by the food stalls, they had tables where you could like get your food that you said need it, and they had a screen. So you could see, because it was off to the side, right? So you could see the stage presentation. You could see it, but it was very hard to make out what they were actually saying. So even if you were like there at the venue, it was really hard to hear it. So that was that was kind of a bummer.
Let's see. I think I went to most of the events. There might have been like one I didn't see. But I was so captivated by them and seeing everybody on stage. It was just way too novel to give up. So I just mostly did that. But I think my favorites were the piano concert. I wish so much all of you could have been at the piano concert. Everyone, if you were watching remotely, if you were, it was really the highlight of probably like all the events for me. Not only because I have a music background and I'm obsessed with Amanda. I think she has a gorgeous voice, and her performance skills are just gorgeous. And Keiko is an incredibly gifted pianist as well. But also because like, oh my gosh, it was so refreshing compared to all the rest of FanFest. At the start, they were just like, hey, this is a moment to chill. Put your phones away. No recording. Don't be on social media. Just hang out and be with us right now. Relax. We're all going to decompress. And it was like the perfect thing to end the day on. And the music was so beautiful. And oh my gosh, when she changed the lyrics from My Brave Little Spark to My Brave Little Sparks, I immediately started crying. I have never heard 15,000 roughly people all sniffle in tandem, but that was basically the entire piano concert. When Soken came out and he did this year's Automaton too, and then he sat down and played piano four hands halfway through it with Keiko, who's like, get off my piano, get out of here. Like, it was so cute. And it was such a perfect way to just end that first day. So I loved that. I also was so taken with the Gleaners. I think the Gleaners, I'm going to count them as an adjacent event. They were truly, I think, a brilliant idea. I think, like we talked about earlier, there are ways to have made them more engaging and even expand it. But each of them, they did great improv. They were so, my gosh, champions. The part of the venue they were in, it was so loud. They were all having to scream to be heard over like the audio. But even so, they were so engaging. They were so in character. They were well dressed. They had these cute little quest markers over their head. They were totally in it. And it reminded me so much of the now exploded all over itself park that I always wanted to go to, Evermore, where it's supposed to be like a live LARP experience.
Sure,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the whole project imploded. So don't hope to go there. It's over. It's dead. Evermore is dead forevermore. But this was such a great idea. And like, I genuinely found like going up to them to just be probably one of the highlights of the whole thing.
For sure.
I also loved when I got to go to the media tour room with Fusion that felt very fancy. And I almost got a picture with Yoshi P. I was so close.
Oh gosh, that was really
was
funny. Yeah,
so
this is one of those like kind of weird little privilegey things like that not everybody's gonna experience, right? But they did a press conference at the end of the first day. Some questions were interesting, others were just kind of whatever. Like they fueled in another 16 collab question, which just got the same answer that we've had several times before, and I'm just like, why?
Stop picking these questions.
Right? But then at the end, Yoshida was taking a couple pictures with people, and Rook looks over at me and she's like, do you think I could get a picture with Yoshida? I'm like, fucking go up there. And then she's standing right there, and like she's next. And Yoshida's like, all right, like I gotta go, guys.
I could have touched him. He was right in front of me, and all the staff around him are like, that's it. Yoshida's done. Yoshida's done. And it was late, and I was like, I don't want to like be the person that's like, but Yoshi P. And I'm just standing there. But like he and I make eye contact, and I'm like just a foot away from the man, and he pauses, he just freezes, and we're just staring at each other like deer in the headlights, and he can tell that even though I'm somehow restraining myself, inside everything is screaming, please Yoshi P, I've waited my entire life of 14 time playing to get a picture with you. And he just like stares at me, and we stare back, and he goes, Daijoubu desu ka? So I was like, Daijoubu. Good, I'm good. I'm fine. Thank you. And I like turn around. One of these days I'm gonna get a picture with Yoshi P.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to ask, where were you sitting for the piano concert?
We were up in the media area. Well, what had
Oh, so you were like
been the
up
media
front.
area.
Okay. On the
You know
right
how
side?
to get a picture with Yoshi P. You dress as Nofuka.
Yeah, that would do it.
Oh, there you go.
Do you take a lot of pictures with Nofuka cosplayers?
Oh yes,
He hunted down the Nofuka cosplayer to get a picture with her.
Oh,
No
Because he wanted me to cosplay
lie.
the site. Yeah, he said that. Yep.
There you go.
It's time for me to embrace my inner Nofuka.
There you go.
There you go.
I'm gonna need some
I mean,
accessories to really pull
I
this
think
off.
you could
but I
do
won't say anything
Zero.
else.
Zero would be fine too. I think
Oh,
he hunted down a couple of Zeros as well.
I got stepped on by
You did.
Ayumi.
Yeah.
Dressed as Zero. That
Rook
was
really
also a
had the
highlight of
best
my
weekend,
fan
I
fest.
think, out of everybody.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie,
for
I
sure.
had an amazing time. I had a really good time. Now there were moments where it was less fun, and I will admit that fully. But I had a great time.
I feel like I already said this, but I feel like bad saying how good a time I had, because there were a lot
I
of
want people
things.
to have good times. I
feel like I'm bragging,
I
like-
am always the stick in the mud, but I'm like genuinely glad that there are some people that had a good time.
I just don't want to.
Sure.
I don't want to be a.
I was
braggart.
not one
All
of
right,
them.
So the first day,
Yeah.
just even landing, it was so exciting to just accidentally find Rook and Bebop at the airport.
I was so
And the
happy.
funniest part to me was I was like, that person looks like Bebop, and the person next to them has platinum blonde hair. That's Bebop.
What are the odds?
It was funny to me. I noticed Bebop first.
Well, Bebop's very tall, and they have like a waterfall of dark curls that cannot be hidden. You know.
They're very memorable.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
just walked up. I walked up next to her, and I stood next to her like a weird creeper and looked up at her until she looked at me. Like, oh, okay, this isn't a weird creeper. I know.
I'm
this
just
one.
imagining like, and I don't mean to like poke fun at the like you're short thing, but I'm just like imagining like a little short kid like walking up to somebody and just like tugging on like their pant leg, be like, hi.
I mean,
Sinidra is
you
perfect
got
hug
it,
height.
when you got it, you got to use
true.
it to your advantage. I think I was wearing flats that day too. That's which is not a thing that I do very often. So I was extra short.
I definitely think next time I will try to get a hotel booked that
Closer.
some of you are in.
Oh my God.
Like
Sure,
whoever
yeah.
is in. Because it was very sad, Zen, when I was like, we can't just, in my head, I was like, we can't just get in a lift together and go to our hotel. I was like watching you across the parking lot as we wandered to our lift, just like,
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I will tell you, Fusion, you're like, I'm the stick in the mud. I mean, FanFest, I have been privileged to go to them. This is the worst one. Just gonna say it.
It is.
It is.
wholeheartedly agree.
Good and fun, and there was good stuff. Like, my favorite moment had nothing to do with the fan fest other than that's why people were around. We're on a monorail. We're leaving.
Yes.
And we're just talking to each other.
I heard
and
this,
someone
yeah.
asked me about Summoner, like, just one of our friends. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then someone looks over and he goes, "Are you on a podcast?" What?
No. Yeah, this is really
Yeah.
fucking happened. The best part about
I love
this,
it.
maybe not the
Yeah.
best part, but we're on the Final Fantasy 14 tram.
Yes,
for
we're on
this.
that train.
Oh, of course.
And it was
has to
most
be.
of us. Like, there was
Yeah.
at least 10 people in that corner. And so, you know, I did not get his name. He was a paladin. He was wearing a paladin pin.
Shout
He was
out
like,
to the
"Oh,
paladin.
Yeah, shout out to Paladin on the monorail." But it was even better because, you know, he was like, "Oh, yeah, you know, what did you think of this?" And we just talked a little bit. And then some people got on and saw that we were talking about 14. And one person, maybe a little in their cups, just goes, "I hate this fucking game." And we all look at him. And he's like, I want to stop raiding, but I'm not going to quit. Mama didn't raise no quitters. And I'm like, you and me, same. I get you. I understand that. Come over into this corner and we'll talk about it. So that was fine.
Yeah.
Those were good.
Yeah, I mean, like, it feels weird to talk about because I don't know, it feels self-serving in a way.
Sure.
But it really genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, was one of the most special experiences of my entire life.
I am so glad that you were able to enjoy it.
Well, I mean, okay, FanFest. Sorry, there's two statements happening here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, FanFest was incredibly special and amazing. The other half of this, the part that feels self-serving, is that one of the most special, truly from the bottom of my heart, experiences I've ever had was just being at FanFest, having been a creator in this space. Like, I told Zanidra and Aldino this. I got so anxiety nervous before FanFest started. Like, to the point where this is just how my brain works. And I always know it's a lie, but my brain just does this. And it was just like, you should be so worried about FanFest. Like, nobody's going to care about you. Nobody's going to remember you.
Sure.
You don't matter. Like, you're like, nobody wants to do anything with you while you're there. And it was just like, it's so dumb. It's incredibly stupid.
And then you got stepped on by Zero, so you won.
I know. But it's like, I think we all sometimes get in our own head, our own bubble. And especially when we've known people for so long online, and like, those are real, genuine connections and friendships. But it's very weird when suddenly you have this prospect of being in a place with almost more of them than you've ever been in.
Right.
You probably haven't even met the vast majority of them. And suddenly there are more people than you even know of that know you or that you know that are all going to be in one place at the same time for a thing and for a game that you love. And my brain just like short circuited. And I was just like, you're going to go and you're going to realize that no one likes you and no one knows anything that you've done on the internet. And it was so dumb. I'm like rambling it to Bebop, and Bebop's like,
That is, yeah.
I love you, but it's not going to be that.
Yeah.
And of course we get there. And we, you know, from the moment we're up there, somebody's like, Rook, like as I'm boarding the plane. And as we get in, Zanidra comes running up. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I love Zanidra so much. And then like over the course of the entire thing, it was like just constantly people stopping me or saying hello, or everybody from people I'd raided with to people that knew me through content that knew, or through the podcast or through, and it was genuinely like one of the most humbling and like incredible moments I've ever had as a creator, just being a silly goof that yells at my camera about having feelings about video games, to suddenly seeing people that I've respected so much in this space and people that truly make a difference in my life, whether they lurk on stream or they've been in our community for years, or one of my moderators who I've known and loved and supported for years but never been able to meet in person. And like, it was just so special to remember that we are all people behind our keyboards and that we come together for things like this. And even at its worst and even at its best, our community is full of so much love. And like, I just felt that love even when I was laying in bed dying from the COVID. Like, I felt it. And I had this moment where I was like, I wouldn't trade a single hug because, especially coming out of the pandemic, I didn't realize just how much I needed it. And like,
Yeah.
of course, that's not to say you shouldn't be safe and you shouldn't take care of things, but like the amount of people I got to meet and speak with, I just so genuinely am grateful for every interaction, every meal, every moment, even if I was running to things, because like you are all my life. And like I just care so much that even all of you, my co-hosts, are a part of my life. And it feels special when we get to come off of the screen and be in a place together. I'm sorry, I'm very emotional about this, but
Fine.
I was gonna say, you
Devin-
talk about sharing all your feelings and stuff. It's like I've never gotten that from you as you sit here crying. And
Well,
So next time when we do our round of what are you most looking forward to, you're gonna be on Team Zanidra over here. My friends.
yes, my friends, because that really was the most special part, and that's the
That's
heart
the
of our
best
game.
part. It is.
Yeah.
It's the best
Yeah.
part.
Oh, it was really
my gosh.
special.
What were we even talking about?
I'm sorry. I just had to share those emotions because,
Mhm.
yeah, there were a lot of frustrations and there were moments with this fan fest where, even like I said, I was overwhelmed. But there were many places where I was overwhelmed just by how much this game and this community and these devs and all of you mean to me. So that's a really beautiful thing about FanFest, if nothing else.
Mhm.
I was,
You know?
I don't want to say to put it back on track, but I was really glad that we've been doing this for so long. I mean, like me and Charles, like we've been going to conventions since we were
Oh, yeah.
13.
Yeah.
Oh my god, don't think about how long that is.
Mhm.
So when they told us where it was gonna be and when it was gonna be, I pulled up a map and went, you're a close hotel. I'm going to reserve you. And man, am I glad I did. Because I didn't have to wait for a lift. I didn't have to wait
Nope.
for monorail. It was a little bit of a hot walk, but not that bad. Not
Mhm.
yeah,
really.
we were like
we
kitty
just hopped
corner.
across the street.
It was
Yeah.
super easy.
Hop-
Yeah.
Hop right across the street. And Michelle, who walked up to the front desk, had forgotten, but past Michelle had reserved a suite. So, yeah. So they're like, yeah, you'll be in the blah, blah, blah suite. And I'm like, I did that for me? Okay. And that ended up being really nice because then once the convention was over, me and the 3 people staying in the room with me and the other 10 people who I'm hanging out with could all go over, wait in the suite in the air conditioning.
It was a base camp, yeah.
Yeah, all of the lift shit to clear out, all of the monorail to clear out, and everybody had some place where we could stay together. It was safe. We DoorDashed 2 days. It was very
See,
convenient.
that sounds
and
better.
very
I
chill.
DoorDashed a COVID test. I would have much rather like DoorDash some food and hanging out with
The
friends.
first day we
You
got
would not have
tacos
liked
and it's Graha Tia's fault.
Yeah. You would
Absolutely.
not have liked to DoorDash because the only bad thing about it was, oh my goodness, prices. But
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
that's fine because we didn't have to fight or stand in a line.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, I mean that's
Go out in the heat.
one of the nice things. You know, we talked about the convention center and versus the strip. If you're on the strip, you're staying in those hotels.
Yeah.
I mean, last year I ended up hanging out with like Haps and Sly, and I remember Ethis. Ethis was there, and we just all hung out in a suite. We played Mario Kart off the little like Switch screens. Like
Yep.
it was fun. It was really fun, and so it's harder to do that when you're in a convention center because everybody's just kind of all over the place.
All over the place.
Yeah, that is a takeaway. Maybe this is a good thing to add on at the end because you all have been many times, but I think everyone teaches us something, right? So what were your takeaways from this fan fest? I think for me, probably get as close as possible. It's worth the extra money.
Sure.
Like just book a hotel right there. Cause like you're all saying 100%. Absolutely. That was a big thing for sure. I think just get closer. And the other big part of that is book a couple extra days because I really did feel like I just wasn't able to spend the time with everyone that I wanted to outside of just the event, you know? And since it's so rare to have so many people in one place, if you can swing it, like add the extra days on so that you're not having to do what I had to do the night that we had our gamer escape dinner, which like
Brooke
so
showed up for
sad.
like 5 minutes, drank a glass of water and left. No, I'm kidding.
Well,
she
it
was
was just
there
like-
for at least 10.
I had two like groups that wanted to book dinner at the same time, so we were like, we'll just do double dinner, why
Easy.
not? And like it was wonderful being with both groups, but I was like so loath to leave the Gamerscape dinner, and we got to spend like maybe 30 minutes there, 40 minutes. And then I had to like run to the other place, and then I was so exhausted by the end. We didn't even stay that long. I was like, I am going back to my hotel. I literally got into the hotel, I sat on the edge of the bed, and I fell asleep like that. I was like sitting there and I was asleep. And then I woke up because Bebop was like, go in the bed. Go in the bed.
I feel like that was the first night. I came back and I told Chris, I'm like, I brought you kurage. And then I just fell asleep.
Yes.
It's rough,
You see,
yeah.
Vegas is where my body goes to recharge. I just absorb the energy from everywhere else.
Sure.
There are things for that week that I was there that I'm like, can I still do that? I guess I can. I was just jazzed the whole damn time, honestly.
Yeah.
For
Had
a
a
week
good time.
afterwards too.
We stayed, so what we did is we were at like our hotel was like, I think the closest you can get to the convention center. No streets or anything. We just walked. It was like right there. And then I think Monday we moved over to a hotel on the Strip. We got a fancy like spa suite with like a huge ass tub, and it was awesome. I do think though, there's like, you don't want to like book too many extra days, because it does get to a point where you're like, I just want to go home, but also maybe that's just the COVID talking. But yeah, like the last couple days, like my wife, we were gonna go see a show with Charles and Michelle and their friends. We were gonna go to Omega Mart.
I don't want to make you feel sad, but it was a good show, and Omega Mart was
glad
really
you
fun.
had fun. I finally got the win to say they would refund my ticket after calling them out for not wanting to spread COVID.
There you go.
But we went to Excalibur. They have like a medieval times kind of thing. That was really fun. But yeah, like just plan a couple extra days, talk to friends ahead of time. It's always such a hard thing to figure out, because there's so many people that you want to find time to hang out with. But yeah, definitely like it, and we've talked about this a little bit before, but like when they announce a fan fest, find a hotel that's nearby, find one preferably Rook that's refundable in case you need to move or something.
Sure.
When Rook says, yeah, mine's not refundable, I'm like, I think you found the only hotel in Vegas that's not refundable.
See, because
I feel like
so
many of them are.
Every single one I looked at
maybe
was
that's
not
like
offering
maybe that's like a
refunds.
strip versus non-strip thing then.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
It used to be like that wasn't a thing.
Maybe post-pandemic they want to hold on to that. They want to hang on to that.
More and more prevalent, and it's really shitty, and they don't make it obvious, so you really have to watch out for it.
Yeah, so be careful, but take half a second and plan, a certain hotel with people. Maybe if they do it in Vegas again, hopefully it's not in Square Enix. Hi, it's me, Fusion. I love you.
Griever, Ruffleder.
Do not host a fan fest in Las Vegas in July ever again. Signed, everyone.
Once again I say I've been to Vegas the 4th of July, Labor Day weekend, Memorial Day weekend, and now in the middle, right before my birthday, at the beginning of August. I will do it again. I don't want to, though. I don't want to.
No,
anymore.
I really don't want to. We can go second. It's fine. We've been first every time. Let us go second.
Nice
Take the NA players down a peg. They need it. We need it.
So I'm hearing what everyone is saying. Yes, it was hot as balls, but I didn't hate it. Like I could do that again. Granted, I am a person with, no limited mobility. I was able to carry water with me. I had people around me who were constantly being like, "Hey, girl, you done had a drink recently?" I was
sunscreen reminder.
Yes, I don't need a sunscreen reminder after getting a 3rd-degree burn when I was like, 12. I'm a pale ass bitch, and I will never not wear sunscreen again.
No, I was talking about for the rest of the group because they needed it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's hard, right? Because everybody's going to react to the heat differently. Like,
yes,
I always run hot, so like being in that kind of heat like sucked. I had a good friend, ended up getting COVID, dehydrated to the point where they had to go to the hospital.
Yep.
So when I say don't ever do Vegas July again, that's where I'm coming from. That's the things that I experienced.
For the general
I drank-
population, yeah.
Yeah, I drank more than I thought that I needed to drink, but I think that was as much as I needed to drink.
All my hydration was alcohol, and I'm just stupid.
That's not how
so-
alcohol
That's
works.
not how it works.
We had
That's
a
not how it
we
works.
had
Well,
a
it is
show
when you have the
and
slushies.
everything, Charles,
And the
telling people
slushy.
to not do that.
I know, but I'm
Okay.
stupid.
Do as I
It's
say,
fine.
not as
Just-
I do.
Exactly.
It's fair.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Did you know that Excalibur has a slushy where you can drink out of a sword?
Yeah.
I was
The
there and
giant,
I didn't
like-
I
see
will
that.
say
5-foot long sword. Yeah.
That's cool.
next year or next time, I do want to go to Excalibur. I do very much. I want to drink out of that giant sword to drink,
Yeah.
and I want to watch medieval knights do a joust. Very into it. Let's do it.
They
man,
bring your own salt because they don't know how to season their chicken.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh,
Also, you eat with your hand.
yeah, you do
go
eat
for
with
it,
your
go for it.
hands. I mean, as you do.
As you
I
do.
was one of those kids who was like, "Where's the silverware?" And the person next to me is like, "Ha ha ha, idiot."
Yeah, it was fun. Gosh, like
Mhm.
takeaways or things. This is my 2007, 2008, 14, like 6th, 7th FanFest, something like that.
You counting 11?
I am
11, yeah.
counting like 'cause back in my
Okay.
day. Yeah, we were in like a hotel next to the Chinese theater for 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like at this point, I'm experienced enough to like coming down. That's the merch and maybe the battle challenge line. No, I'm good. Like, I'm like, if that's we're doing this again.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I'm good.
No, the first day I definitely I lucked into getting into the thing without waiting in line. Like I tripped over Monty in the line and he was like, "Get over here." And they were like,
It's like
I don't know,
Scorpion.
30 meters from the door in, so
Gosh.
I didn't have to stand in the line that day. I was able to get in before the keynote. And then for the live letter, I was like, this is stuff about the game that's already out. It's not going to be anything like uber new exciting. I'm going to watch it from my hotel room. So Charles set that up for us.
I didn't actually
Go
wake up
anywhere.
till halfway through the live letter.
Oh.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we didn't stand. I did
Yeah.
not stand in line really outside the convention center at all, which probably positively colors my view of,
Oh, sure.
of the convention quite
Yeah.
a bit.
And that's the thing, right? I know for me, both because I'm press and my wife was ADA, like I fully acknowledge that like our experience is going to widely differ from like a
Right.
normal attendee's experience.
I also didn't wait for the battle challenge. My merch got to me the day before I
Yeah.
left. I did not think it was going to, but it did. And then I did have issues getting that app back on my phone and trying to get into the battle challenge for like an hour. But eventually I did get it to work. And then the time slot everybody else had filled up. So then everybody else changed their time to the one that I could make it
Yeah,
into.
I mean that was the other thing too, right? Again,
so
it's
nice.
it's communication, right? Because we knew ahead of time that this is how they were going to do it, but we didn't know like if I have two tickets like per order transaction, does that mean I can reserve 2 slots? Is there a way to do groups? They didn't tell us.
No.
So that would have been nice to know that because I'm like yelling at Rook and my wife because we're all sitting kind of separated
We're
because she's
trying.
ADA, I'm press in front row for pictures, Rook's normal, like we're all over the place. And I'm like, let's try and do this time. And like as the keynote goes later, I'm like, I still got to type. This isn't gonna work for. I don't even. At some point, I think we all just kind of gave up and did whatever. But yeah, just clearer
you
communication.
didn't miss anything.
No. We should actually talk about that. So
Yeah, we didn't talk about
to
the battle
finish up-
challenge at all.
To finish up that story, when we went to go do our battle challenge, we showed up 15 minutes early because that's just what you do, right? There was nobody there. Nobody. We walked
Was
directly.
One,
Day
two.
two.
Day
Day
two.
two.
Okay.
Day
Yep.
two,
There,
yeah.
We walked directly like down the side of the room, around the ribbon, back up the side of the ribbon, and then like ducked a bunch of lines to get up to there. And I was like, hey, we're 15 minutes early. Is that okay? was fine. They scanned us all in. We went over and they sat us down. Some dude walks over and he's like, "Hey, this monitor has been having issues. Have you noticed any?" And I'm like, "Well, I did just sit down, but no." Let's see.
My
How do you
escape
guys
key was
feel?
gone. Someone stole
Yeah,
my
a
escape
lot
key.
of the escape
I didn't
keys
have an
were
escape key.
missing.
Yeah.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
I think
didn't
Yeah,
have
someone
that
took it as a
experience.
souvenir. I'm
I
pretty
think
sure.
I think I saw where there was a press attendee who you know like has been to these before. Sounds like he maybe snuck in his G600 to plug into the.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I don't know if you
yeah.
want to admit to breaking those kind of rules, but also like good for you that one of us finally did that.
Yeah, when we sat down day 2, went through the trial, I didn't have any issues like that. It all seemed fine. The setup
Yeah.
didn't seem, bad. We,
Mhm.
were able to go through at a leisurely pace. We mentioned it earlier. I was really disappointed they didn't have t-shirts. They've never not had t-shirts for the battle challenge, which was really weird.
So this is a thing, right? So anybody whose first fan fest this was, that's gonna be the thing that you think. But for people that have been to FanFest, only the first one had a T-shirt.
Only the first one, yeah.
Only the first one.
Really?
But
Yeah.
when you open up a FanFest to this many people, you're going to get a lot of people whose knowledge of battle challenges is PAX and E3, where they give out shirts.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
I again, right? It's some people expect it, some people don't. They need to communicate that, because I think there was a little bit of a panic for some people in the beginning, right? Because you're trying to get through this queue. Some people are thinking that they might get a shirt. The website says that there aren't room for literally everybody to go. So there's there's definitely like some FOMO vibes, and then the queue doesn't work, or it works, or the phone doesn't work, and it was just
lots of stress.
Yeah.
Battle
fight
challenge
For the easiest fight I've ever done in one
It
of
was
these
very
places.
simple.
Yeah.
The battle challenge was the main thing I wanted to do, because I was
Yep.
thinking of it in terms of the ones we've had in the past, where it's been a battle challenge. Challenge. This was not a challenge. It was you're running through MSQ, you hit the trial, you fuck around in the trial for 5 minutes with strangers, you go on.
Yeah.
It was very, very, very easy. And I'm saying this as the person who died the first.
Sure.
I think I was like the only one that died in our group. But it's hard, right? Because I think to a point, especially with Square Enix this time around, they wanted to try keyword to make things as smooth as possible. And when you have that many people, you need to move people in and out as quick as you can. So to not have it be hard, I can understand that and forgive them for that.
Yes, I get that. I understand, but I hate it.
Sure.
It precisely mirrors one of my biggest problems with the game right now, is they're dumbing down everything. I don't want it to be easier. I want it to be a challenge. What's the point otherwise?
Yeah. Well, it's so funny going to New World. People on YouTube, right? We've talked about this a bunch. Are always coming in our comments, we're like, "Yeah, no, the
You're
void
glitching
stuff's." Well, am I good? Hello, testing.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. We get a lot of YouTube comments about me, how I say like this void stuff is just a filler arc. And they're like, "We're going to the New World. It has nothing to do with dragons." I'm like, "Yeah, so filler arc then." It's just, I mean, the game's in a weird spot right now for a lot of people. But look, we get Dawn Trail, we get Mammal Jaw Babies, we get giant tacos.
Yes, and we got a lot of really good stuff, like information and news and things that they are doing, which I'm super pumped about with FanFest, and feeling really good about a lot of the things that they announced, and excited about what else is going to be announced. I didn't feel like it was just kind of like a little fart. I felt like it was I felt like it was like I had enough that I was like, oh yeah, I'm excited to see what else, and a couple things and quality life things. Yeah.
It definitely was a little fart.
No.
Yes, absolutely for me.
No, but it smelled like a field of wildflowers.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
So it was like a very pleasant smelling little fart.
I am still here going, all right, next FanFest. We're gonna see things
Where
that
the real info is.
I want to know, and that will get me hyped. Like, there's an expansion. I know that it's the New World. I kind of thought maybe that might be one of them. We're going to 100. Yeah, okay. We're getting more of the same thing. This is true. 2 new jobs we don't know anything about. That's good. Job adjustments. Not going to tell you because we don't know yet. That's the truth. Okay.
Yeah.
But the event itself was fun, mostly for me, the concerts. But I'm still at this point like, all right, show me the thing. Show me the thing. Because 2 dies is great. That's great. I am going to say this a lot because that's probably very hard for them to do. I appreciate that. Please tell me how the game is going to be. That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
You mentioned
That's
you
really
mentioned
it.
the games. Like the sets and everything were cool, and I appreciate that they tried to make them do something, but also I'm not a 5-year-old kid who wants to play magnet fishing.
Yeah, I don't know if I came through with that
Sure.
earlier when I was talking about it looked like there was like you just threw bean bags into buckets or something. I'm like I get it. You need stuff for people to do, but I'm not standing in a line for an hour and a half to throw fucking bean bags into buckets. Like what?
Sure.
To then
coolest
scan a
one-
QR code for 1 poster and 1 sticker. All right, that's
The coolest
Yeah.
thing that I did, because I didn't do all of them, I did 2 or 3 of the games, and then I was like, I'm good. I don't really want to play these
Sure.
anymore.
Mhm.
They had one where you like reaction time hit lights on a wall in the pandemonium thing.
Mm.
So it was like all the same color Quick Simon.
Mhm.
And the people who are administrating this game are supposed to count up and then tell you who wins. But our guy didn't. He was just like,
Yep.
good job, you did it, and like ushered us out.
Go.
So it was like,
Please leave now.
cool, I did the thing. Did we learn anything from the... No? Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
It's and I'm glad that so many people had positive experiences with the concerts specifically.
Mhm.
So I already talked about how like I couldn't even see the stage for the Primals
Yeah.
concert. It was like minutes in before they actually put like the stage on the screens properly too.
Yeah.
So like when it started, I'm just like, wow, this is great. This is like it sucked like starting off. But then the piano concert, the first night, you could hear food service cleaning up where I was sitting.
Yeah.
So the entire concert, all I heard was like some piano and then like metal trays clanging.
Yes.
And
If
then
you're in the back, that was the experience.
and
Yeah.
I wasn't even in the back. I was just on the
Wow.
side. And then
I didn't know it was that loud. We were in the very back. So.
I was like, oh my God, like if Keiko could hear this, like I would feel
Yeah.
terrible. I don't, some people I've talked to didn't hear it, but I heard it loud and clear. And then the icing on the shit cake here, the orchestra concert, we're like the furthest back row. We can hear venue staff just talking and laughing during the orchestra concert. So here's my thing, right? I've been to FanFest before. For me personally, I kind of have a vibe of like how to handle things or do what I do and not get into like super stressful things, right? For Square Enix, they need to vet the shit out of anyone they're hiring and any venue that they want to go to. Because that I think was largely like some of the biggest issues this time around. That, and I would even say they were disorganized. There was a lack of total organization for some of these lines. When you like go in and you're like, hey, staff, where's the line? I don't know. What do you mean you work here? I don't know where the line is. Hey, make this line tighter. Manage this line. I'm an attendee. Like the fact that they charged us more for a ticket this year and then didn't give us digital goods when like so many attendees did the staff's jobs for them. It's kind of messed up. Like the fact that like other ADA attendees were the people mostly looking out for other ADA attendees. Like that's cool to see. Don't get me wrong. Like I love it, but to a point where like it was almost like out of necessity. That's no, like that's
And we're a
awful.
community that knows how to queue, you know? We've done it a few times.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
Like the fact that like Square Enix has hosted events before. They've had booths at events before. How are you still struggling with the concept of a line?
There's a lot to improve on.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that is something where, in a sense, a lot of folks as well were feeling like with FanFest, maybe they were really upset they weren't able to get tickets.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this, but I really think this just goes to show overall that the game is of a different scale now. This
Yeah.
was something that I thought was really interesting, since we haven't touched on it yet, but we don't need to dive too deep in because I know we're going to need to be wrapping here soon. It's late.
It's been a
But
while.
Yeah.
the other kind of gatherings that we have to compare this kind of event to, right? One that
Yep.
immediately comes to mind for many people is BlizzCon with
Yeah.
Blizzard.
Mm-hmm.
And I was genuinely surprised because Fusion, before the podcast today, pulled up some information about
Yeah,
BlizzCon.
I went to look for some other information, and I just kind of stumbled on this book that I got when I went to BlizzCon in like 2018.
You cut out. We don't hear anything.
Oh my god, this mic! What is going on, computer?
But yeah, like, so Fusion found these, and the estimated attendees, at least what you were looking at, looked like it was 25,000.
Yep.
And then when you looked at the actual like map of the event itself, which I'm sure many of you can find online or wherever, I don't know where you found it specifically, Fusion, but
I got a book.
okay, so they have, like, you can find copies of the maps and what they look like, but you can also see how much more, I think, they have things kind of divided. There's certain different stages. There are different things here too, like the fact that they have multiple titles. And
Yeah,
all
so
kinds
this
of
is, I
stuff.
think it's reversed,
Sure.
but this is the BlizzCon book. I got this when I went in 2018. It was like a week before the last Fan Fest.
But it's something where I think that as they continue to scale up events like this, it is a good thing for them to look at how other companies are doing this on a larger scale. And I mean, there's all kinds of things that they could do. They could have a booth where they have a live triple triad tournament and people can buy decks of triple triad cards or something. And then that could be something that's going on like alongside the other stuff in a different hall or in a different area that kind of, again, gets people circulating. It's a different beast to have this many people, as well as needs that need to be met in those communities. And the game is outpacing so much of what I think anybody expected when 1.0 was a failure. But they have had a long time to adjust to this idea now. And I think that, like, whatever it means for the future, scaling the event up, adding the events more frequently, doing something like just something, right? We have the fact too that EU, from what I understand, it doesn't seem as though folks know how many tickets specifically were sold for EU. But the EU Fan Fest also got lumped in with Oceania as an entire region. So that one event for 2 years is meant to tide over the entirety of Europe and Oceania. So,
By the way,
Mm-hmm.
a friend of ours from New Zealand actually came to this one. It costs $3,000 round trip
Yeah,
to go
it's
from
not
New
cheap.
Zealand to America, and probably in the same neighborhood to go to Europe. So fuck
Yeah,
Oceania.
it's like 24 hours of travel too. It sucks. I remember Ethis
is
talking
insane.
about that before. They do. I mean, not that it's necessarily a replacement, but I feel like the 14 presence at PAX Australia is usually a little bit bigger than what we get at like East and West here. Not
Sure.
that that's a replacement, but
Sure.
they still get something, which is nice. You know, I'm not saying that they don't deserve their own fan fest or anything, but
well, I think the problem is less anything about that. Although, yes, I think there should be more regional fan fests, but I think it's more so the, again, demand versus lack of opportunity, regularity, and amount of tickets, right? Like, so it's something where it is just rough. Like, I think they do need to look at how they scale these events up. I think they need to think bigger than they've thought with how they are channeling entertainment, scheduling, all that kind of stuff for the events. And they need to have, again, like we talked about, really, really, really coordinate with their vendors and everything and their venue and all this sort of, components that go on behind the scenes. I don't even know if the answer is that you extend out FanFest so that it's longer and allow people the option to buy passes for certain days. I have no idea, but it's something where they need to be brainstorming these things because it was a wonderful time. I had a wonderful time, but there were definitely a lot of things where, having gone to a lot of conventions myself, I was like, oh no, okay, like this I was like, this has to be fixed, and this is not enjoyable. In a lot of ways. But again, like, it's not to say that FanFest isn't what people hope it will be. It is, and it is what you make of it in many ways. But there is a huge hand that Square Enix has in making it the best possible for everyone. And right now, it was rough because even at 3 times the size that they've had in previous years, and coming off of a pandemic, which, yes, may have caused a bit of a, like, shift in, oh gosh, we have to figure out how to plan these things and coordinate these things again. it still is something where it's not going to get smaller, you know?
No, that's the problem. Yeah, I mean, they're at the point now where, I mean, the game has just gotten so big, they can't go smaller. They could maybe do one more year where it's the same at 15,000, but they can't go back, which, I mean, I remember the smaller fan fest, and I think those were the ones where I had the most fun. But you know,
Sure.
that's a nostalgia thing, and that's
Am I the only one, like, this didn't feel bigger to me at all?
I
Maybe
think it's
because it's been in a dark room for the first time, but it didn't
I think
feel
also
larger to
because
me.
you didn't have to deal with the lines, because that's what made
Maybe.
it feel much larger.
Ah,
Trying to get in there, oh my goodness.
yeah.
Trying to get in there and move around, yeah.
Yeah, so we
That's what made it
definitely
feel big to me.
we can't go back. I think what Square needs to do, they need to look at. It's hard to say. They need to realize, like, the harsh reality that I love the people that work there. I know a lot of people that work at Square Enix. We bump into each other at PAXs and or E3s and stuff. They cannot do events on this scale internally anymore. They can't handle it by themselves. They need to hire outside parties. And, like, honestly, go ask Blizzard who they use.
Yeah.
Like, I went to BlizzCon one year, and they had, I think the year I went, it was like 20.
Some of the most.
No.
Yeah.
It would have been over 35,000.
Yeah, over 35.
Over
yep.
35,000 people. BlizzCon was doing 15,000 people in 2008. Like,
Yep.
they know how to do an event of this size. And I mean, honestly, like, even take it over to the Anaheim Convention Center. They have multiple stages. There would be more chairs for people to sit in, so they don't have to sit on the floor. Like, I think they've really just, I mean, even at this point, like, I've heard a lot of people say, well, what if they do like an East and a West for NA Fan Fests? Part of that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
But then you have 4 fan fests to separate information between. And so it's like, we already go like, oh, well, we're first and we don't get a lot of info. Now, like, cut that by like a third. And it's like, I don't know.
I mean,
So
that's a shift that I think they could make, though, right? FanFests don't necessarily have to be a thing that is the expansion reveal. Of course, like, I think you'll drive the most traffic.
Internally, though, like,
that's probably the biggest.
We talked to Yoshida.
opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Yoshida at the very first Fan Fest. And I if I'm not wrong, we should have this up on the website and everything. But I think, we had asked him about, like, how often you plan on having fan fests, and it was probably about every 2 years, because to Yoshida, there's that expectation of an expansion. So, we know how sometimes businesses are, especially Japanese businesses, with what they expect, and we've been doing it this way, so we don't want to change it kind of mentality. Granted, Square has changed some of that, right, in recent years, but yeah, I don't know what the solution is, but my easy way out is be like, talk to Blizzard and like figure out what they do and just do that.
But only for the convention, not for anything else.
Well, I see a mention in chat about there are groups like Read Pop that manage PAX and all the PAX events and things. So there are these groups that exist, and of course, it's not to say they don't have their own pitfalls, but groups that at least have a much better sense of all of the kind of scaffolding that has to go in to hold up a large-scale event.
And a big part of this issue, too, maybe not issue is the right word, but like consideration, Square Enix is a Japanese developer. Blizzard is based out of California. So, like, obviously, the size of their player base per region is going to differ. Like, I don't know the numbers, but I would assume that NA might be the biggest region of players playing the game. So, like, if you were to do, like, Square Enix Con once a year, where do you have it? Do you rotate it around? Like, there's a lot of other factors into that, but, like, the way that Square is doing it right now, I think they've hit a point where the game is too big for them to keep doing things that the way that they've been doing, and they need to rely on people, or they need to rely on people that handle that stuff, but they need to hire people that are more versed in this. It's like that idea of, you know, when 14 was coming out and someone asked Hiromichi Tanaka, oh, like, what MMOs have you played before this? And they're like, Final Fantasy 11. It's like, what other events have you held? The ones that we've held. Like, that's their experience. And so it's like, you can only get away with that for so long. You know what I mean? So they
unlocked a terrible memory. I remember when that happened. I was so mad.
Yeah.
He's like, what MMOs have you played? Just 11.
But it's fine.
Are you kidding me?
For 11, they all played EverQuest. It's fine. It's fine. That's EverQuest is actually
sure.
the root of everything.
Seems, yeah.
But yeah, they just they really need to get better at it. They need to, and again, right? I'm saying this as a person that does not run conventions with 15,000 attendees. There's got to be better ways to vet staff or vet venues, or try and get more lead time. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we were at the theater for the orchestra concert, because they're like, well, this is when FanFest is. What's available that weekend? That is, all right, I guess we'll do that. Like, there's got to be better ways. And again, right, Vegas in July aside, like, NA doesn't have to go first.
Yeah.
Like, as somebody that has, like, I live in NA, I am an NA player. Please don't make us first again. Like, we've had this, like, it's just like, we get the first trailer and we get a little bit of this. And like this year, because of the timing, like, people were having heat emergencies and having to go to the hospital. Like, it's okay. We can be second. Like, I know, like, you like to, like, North America is super important, and a lot of people think that we are important, and I think they need to be, like, after seeing some of the entitlement at this fan fest from some people, like, we need to be taken down a peg. Tell us that, yes, we are important, but we're not the most important. Like, I heard from multiple people, one of those 4 merch lines, police were called in. There was something that happened. They had to call police because, like, people were getting into, like, a fight or something. Like,
this is so interesting hearing you talk about this, because I don't get the sense that NA thinks they're the most important community. That's just my perspective. Okay. That's just my bubble. I have oftentimes very much got the sense, maybe this is just coming from a creator perspective, but that EU and of course that JP is almost always the central axis of consideration, which makes sense, but that EU in many ways does seem to have even more flexibility, agency, various outreach things, all kinds of stuff that are going on.
I mean this purely from
creator-wise.
I don't mean this from like any like official like Square Enix support standpoint. I just mean this as like players in general. Like, I think, I think
we're
people
going into a dangerous.
This is a whole other,
That's
just how I feel. I don't know. Like, I just feel like the actions of some people that I saw at FanFest were just very out for themselves and give a shit about anyone else.
People are.
I support the message.
I'm not saying it reflects the entire player base, but
I support the message that we shouldn't be first, because I would like to know things.
Give us a job. Give us a full job.
It's gonna be in Vegas.
We got like Blue Mage. Give us a real job reveal.
Give us something fun. I mean, I would be down for that. I'd be happy for them to shake it up. I mean, all of this to say again, we could talk about this for ages.
Yeah, we could.
But Gamer Escape has a ton of coverage that I know Fusion and many others worked really hard on. I even did a summary about the PvP, CCRCNA that's over there, but there's a lot of coverage that we did. There was also, a lot of coverage that we did leading up to the event. If any of you are prepping to go to the FanFest in EU or in JP, prepare yourselves. See, what you can do. I mean, hopefully they've also taken a lot away from this one as they continue to now plan and work on and execute the other 2 coming up, right? Dawn Trail does look really exciting. And I mean, there's a lot to talk about with this, but it's kind of growing pains in the game. And I mean, we appreciate all of you that have shared your thoughts, your feelings, your own experiences, be they good, bad, or somewhere in between, right? Because there is a lot that needed to be talked about. And while it was an incredible event and was something I'll never forget, it also did have a lot of downsides to it. And I think that's something that they can continue to improve on and iterate on. So this was a big, long talk, and we could absolutely keep going. But there are as many.
Okay, yeah, but then there was that one point where
No. There are as many perspectives on FanFest as there were attendees, and we'll get more even as we continue. And I mean, I hope no matter what, if you went, you had a good time. Hopefully, you came away from it not sick. And if you're hoping to go, don't let our discussion deter you from something that you may really enjoy, right? Keep an eye out, learn from it, take care of yourselves when you go to any convention, let alone FanFest. But just know that there was just as much good as bad.
Yeah.
And while
everyone's going to have their own experience. Yeah. For me and Charles, like, this is like the worst thing ever. And Rook is like, this is the best day of my life. Like, it was, I mean, that's not how you sound, but like.
As normally, I'm neutral about it. That's where I am. It wasn't a horrible experience for me. Like, that was fine. It just wasn't as good as the previous one.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
it's because we're too big now.
These things. Yeah, you're doing all these things, and they might be good, they might be bad, they might be like, why am I throwing a bean back? But you're doing them with your friends, and that's really what's most important in the end.
I needed to stand in line with my friends. Okay.
Yeah.
That was the secret. Not just my wife, but also friends. Okay.
I hope that your wife is your friend.
I mean,
your
yes.
wife is your best friend.
This is true. I'm digging myself a hole. Hopefully she doesn't listen to this.
It's like, well, it's 4 hours long. Maybe she might
get
stop
a DM
before
from
the
me
end.
later. That's like,
yo, did you hear what this motherfucker said about you?
I'm going to show up at your place or PAX West and be like, don't worry, Kristen, I'm your best friend. I'll be your best friend now. Don't worry about it.
And I'll be like, oh, sorry, the door doesn't open anymore. You'll have to go somewhere else.
We don't have room for me to talk about online friends. Like, you don't want to hear that scream from me. Nope, you don't want to.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, either way, FanFest was a lot. In the good
FanFest
ways and the bad ways, in many ways. But I can't wait to see the rest of the news. And so many other things that are going to come out. And I can't wait to play Dawn Trail with everybody next year. It's just that we have to wait now until then.
Let me tell a story. Just as a very, very fast story. I know we're trying to get out of here. So the other night we were cooking dinner. And we were putting something in the oven. Philip opens the oven and he goes, it's like we're back in Vegas.
It literally did feel like what it is to be in an oven. I've never experienced anything like it. I've never been even...
breezes.
It was just... There was no escape. Everything was hot. Everywhere hot. All over every place. In the wind, in the air.
Wind. It seems really funny to say it, but seriously, hot wind is like the most disgusting thing I've ever experienced in my entire life.
It was really nice for my hair. My hair loved it.
I will say,
go ahead.
I was just say lots of good food in Vegas, though.
Sure,
You all were not lying about that, and that was a real highlight. There was some real good foods that we got to eat.
Twice as expensive as it needs to be.
Don't fly out in the middle of the day because that plane fell out of the sky.
Oh my gosh!
Turbulence is way worse when the air is hot. Just letting you know.
That is one thing that we didn't even touch on, and I don't know if any of you were affected, but we arrived in totally fine. On our way out, we were delayed 6+ hours. Damn. And it seemed like the entire Vegas airport was imploding.
It was too hot to fly.
It was like too hot. All the flights were getting delayed. People were getting turned away at the front booth. They were literally being told, like, yeah, we can't fly you out until Wednesday. And they were like, what? And they were like, this was Monday.
Yeah.
They were like, we can't fly you out until Wednesday. That's just it. Your flight is not, you cannot get booked on another flight until Wednesday. And we're sitting there. We didn't get home until like 2 a.m. our time. Because the planes just kept getting delayed. Yeah. So also a little note for future fans.
Yeah.
It's funny. I had friends get delayed going in. And I was like talking to people as I like go through the airport. And then I was like, wait, hold on. I had like 2 friends from like 2 different groups. I'm like, I think you're on the same flight. But yeah,
I had a notification the morning of that told me my flight might be delayed. So I was like, I could change it, but I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't because I wasn't delayed. Almost everybody else was delayed.
Oh man,
I have the easy flight, so it wasn't. So
yeah,
right.
All right. Before we close that,
on the internet.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. We do have just a little bit more. I just want a little thing I want to say. I know there's a lot of negativity and stuff going on with this episode, but some things need to be talked about. But again, this is our 14-year anniversary show. Why are you still here? Why are you still listening to us? What is wrong with you
Don't say
people?
that.
Thank you
Say
so
that.
much. Thank you so
There
much.
we go, there we go, there we go.
I'm getting
Yes,
to it.
thank you.
I'm being goofy about it. Let me do my thing. It's crazy. Like 14 years, man. Like 2 months after like E3, they're like, we're doing another MMO. I'm like, I guess then we're doing another podcast, and somehow we're still here because people are still listening to us. And that's incredible. We wouldn't be here without you. All you people in chat right now saying things, all you people listening on the YouTube.
Can't you see? Can't you see?
So yeah, I just genuinely like thank you. Like we're gonna like get to a point here where like I've been doing this podcast for like half my life, and that's scary as hell.
Oh
I'm getting old. I'm already old. It's a lie. I'm already there.
no. You're not allowed to say that.
We're all old.
Nope, I'm still young.
Forever young. I wanna
Yeah.
be forever young. Zen and I will continue singing little song snippets for the next 14 years until we finally get to have that
There we
musical
go.
theater episode.
Yep.
But no, it's really thank you everybody for listening. Thank you co-host for all of your thoughts, feelings, impressions, no matter where we are at our feelings in the game and anything else. It's always nice to know that we can still come together and get excited about it or share about parts we want to improve or just talk about the community and everything else. So
Thank you for listening to me be angry. Thank you for watching Rook cry. Thank you for watching Charles talk about Summoner or not talk about Summoner.
Thank you for listening to Fusion as he cuts out repeatedly.
Somebody in chat said they can hear me fine when you guys say
Oh,
that.
then
So
maybe
maybe
it's
that's a
just us.
Discord thing.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't. How does technology work? We had such a smooth intro to this show. I just realized Moobot is
Yeah.
still saying we're talking to Brian Ricardo today. We're not, but like, I mean, I guess we did. We talked about Brian Ricardo and his not grape necklace. Shout out to Brian Ricardo. But yeah, thank you. 14 years, like that's nuts. How many podcasts can say they've been going on for 14 years? That's like
Very few.
that's crazy.
What's
we
my
started.
thing?
Oh, your thing. Shoot. Oh man. Housing is Zen's thing. What?
Furniture.
Fish
Furniture.
spitting, singing little musical things. Hey,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
How about
it.
housing?
Hey.
getting excited about cosplay episodes, being a beacon of joy and light, and smiles that make me smile.
Aw. That's more
I'm
frank.
like, there's like, I'm gonna like open that closet behind you, Rook, and there's just like one of those, like, remember like Hey Arnold, how Helga had the little shrine to Arnold?
What? No, I don't have one of those. I don't know what you're talking
It's like Zen. It's just like a little like gum statue of like
No, don't look. there's
Zenidra
nothing
with like a red wig on it.
there. Don't worry about it.
It's not there.
It's
Okay.
fine. This is what normal friends do. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. I'm really bad at this friend thing. I gotta figure this out.
Let me tell you about my normal friend.
But yes, that is going to do it. This is, gosh, this might be like the longest episode we've done in
Yeah.
recent memory. This is a beast. Which button do I hit? This one. You can find me on the internet at Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube at Ralphaldurg. YouTube has an X on the end. I guess on X. It's not Twitter anymore. It's X.
No, I refuse.
It's Twitter. It's Twitter. Who knows how much longer any of us will be on there.
Matter.
Zanidra.
Hi, it's me.
Hi.
I'm on Twitter. It's still Twitter. Fuck X.
The bird thing.
Zanidra _A. I'm on the YouTube and the Twitch. A +1 shot. One of them has underscores. The other one does not. I got a blue sky. I got Zanidra, amazingly. So
Hey.
you can look at that too. Also, the end
Oh,
Diablos
yeah.
tonight. The end.
Yeah, I'm on the threads and the skies or whatever the kids are calling it too. It's the same thing. It's easy to find. I'll do now. Super important question. Where do
Here,
we find
and only here?
okay. That's actually
That's just
That's
yeah.
all.
I was
pretty
waiting for the
straightforward.
best time. Yeah.
Nailed
That
it.
Twitter /X thing. Yeah. +1 shot. Yeah. That's enough. Honestly, you don't need more of me. That's fine.
I feel like I
do,
need more
always.
of you. Yeah.
Yeah, we need more of you always, Aldino.
Well, thank you.
And Rook.
Rook.
It is me, Rook.
Rook.
Hey. Yeah, I don't know. We're just celebrating, I guess. That's I haven't felt so hyped about my name. In a really long
I
time.
roll the R's now because of Brian. It's all his fault.
I know. I feel like Lithy and I started that you have to say it with a lot of panache every time.
I actually, when I greeted him at the hotel after FanFest, I was like, Brian Ricardo.
Yes, excellent. So you can find me, Rookery. That's ROOKURI. You can find me on Twitch at Rookery. You can find me on YouTube at the same, and you can also find me on Twitter at Rookery _. Now, much like Znidra, I was able to snag at Rookery, just plain Rookery on Blue Sky. So I'm over there, but I have not put anything on it yet because I'm clinging to this dying ship in the hopes that somebody will just toss Elon Musk overboard.
God, that is a fucking vibe, isn't it? I'm just hanging on.
I know, clinging on for dear life, but you know, it's looking worse and worse.
It's like we already hit the iceberg. We're all just hanging onto the door with Rose. It's like she's just gonna drop us at some point here into the water.
Speaking of which, you can also find me on Instagram, just at Rookery. And if you happen to go to at Rookery _, report them because they're a fake account and Instagram still hasn't taken them down yet.
Instagram.
So just at Rookery everywhere except for Twitter, which is at Rookery _.
All right. And if you want, you can email the show, aetheryte@gamerscape.com. You can post at us or X at us at Aetheryte. Tweet at us, Aetheryte Radio. And of course, we're Gamerscape on all the other things: Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Discord. We got an Aetheryte Radio channel. You can talk to us about the podcast. We got a Final Fantasy 14 channel. You can talk to us about Final Fantasy 14. And that's it. We did it. It's like almost a 4.5 hour podcast. Oh my god!
There was so much news. Like we do an entire episode on one live letter. This was an entire fast, a keynote, an expansion release, a live letter, a million events, panel.
I like how we did the keynote, and then we're like, but we still have the live letter, and we're like, nah, let's just.
No, we don't.
There's like 3 things. There was a decent amount. I think there's more there than you gave it credit for.
We ran through it. We can, as we get closer to the patch release as well, do like a full episode.
That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, that's going to do it, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in, not only today, but for the last 14 years. Oh my gosh. Woo. That's a long time. We really appreciate it. Genuinely, sincerely. Thank you so much. That's it. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Zen's waving.
Bye.
You can't tell, but I can wiggle her picture a little bit.
There you go.
She's waving. There we go.